Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the day to come spend with us. My name is Bray Patrick Lake, and I am from Duke University. And I was a participant in research who now is working on patient engagement activities. And it's very important to me that we have this opportunity today to bring all of the stakeholders of research together to learn more about the proposed changes to the federal regulations for human research, otherwise known as Common Rule. And this is a workshop in a series, it's number 2 in a series of 4. And we'll be focusing on streamlining IRB today. So I am delighted to introduce to you now Dr. Gary Firestein, who is the Director of Clinical and Translational Research Institute. He is the Dean and Associate Vice Chancellor of Translational Medicine and Professor of Medicine at UC San Diego School of Medicine. He joined the faculty as an Assistant Professor of Medicine in 1988. Dr. Firestein was the chairperson of the FDA's Arthritis Advisory Committee and has served as a board of directors member for the American College of Rheumatology Research. He is currently a member of the board of directors for the Veterans Medical Research Foundation and serves as the National Institutes of Health Arthritis and Musculoskeletal and Skin Diseases Advisory Council. He has dedicated his career to helping patients and has received a number of humanitarian and research and investigator awards for his outstanding contributions to rheumatology research. And I welcome to the stage Dr. Gary Firestein.
Thank you very much for an introduction that was far too kind. If you can send a transcript to my mother, I would appreciate it. My role today is simply to introduce the topic of IRBs and why we're doing research and what some of the key hurdles are that we're trying to overcome with a meeting such as this. And I'm going to do that without slides. I'm just actually going to speak, although I do have a couple of notes to remind me what I wanted to say. So the first question that I was asked was, why do we do research? Why do we do clinical research? And the answer is actually pretty simple, aside from just the seeking new knowledge. Ultimately, it's to improve the lives and health of our population and our patients. That's really the guiding principle for all of this. And as much as we would like to do this in silico, with computational sciences, or be able to do this in preclinical studies, in the end, the only way to know if a particular therapeutic intervention or research protocol is going to be effective and safe is by testing it in people, actually free-range, wild-type humans. And that really is something that is ultimately going to be required for many years to come. So in the context of doing human research, there's a very rich and tragic history over the years that have led to the regulatory oversight that we live with today. Human experimentation has been abused, and I don't need to go over all of the issues that have come up over the years. And this led to the Belmont Report and many others, and ultimately the creation of institutional review boards to provide independent review and to be balanced safety, risks, and benefits of particular research projects. I've lived through in the 80s when IRBs originally started to take hold and really get intertwined into all human subjects research. And I'll come back to this notion in a second, but everybody said you're going to destroy research, you're going to make it impossible to do protocols, and without seeing really the reason and what all of this regulatory oversight was really designed to do, which was to really assure that we were performing safe, effective, and well-designed research where the risks and the benefits were well balanced. Today, this is now an accepted fact of life. People understand why we're doing this, but the issue is not should we be doing it, but what's a more efficient and effective way of having this type of oversight. And there are a number of things that I'm sure will be discussed today related to eliminating duplicate reviews. I mean, why have reviews at 50 different IRBs of the same protocol what sort of oversight is needed when the FDA, for instance, has gone over a protocol multiple times? Does it really need to have a full scientific review if it's gone through NIH peer review, for instance? The next, so that's one issue that I'm hoping will be considered today. The second is what may be considered, I think, mission creep in some IRB circles, where there is, again, aside from duplicate review, a real focus on trying to modify protocols for one reason or another. And I think sometimes we get beyond the real purpose of the IRB and the oversight, and that's, again, safety, balancing risk and benefit. It's not necessarily to micromanage a protocol that's gone through extensive review. And what we've found is that something that's been through multiple reviews, and then every IRB that's looking at it has another question about what it is that needs to be changed, and that becomes really quite problematic in terms of trying to get a project off the ground. Which then gets me to the last point, which is, of course, the role of IRB reliance agreements and central IRBs. And this is something where the world is clearly going. At the University of California, we've had IRB reliance agreements for many years now. They sound very simple in concept, but sometimes require lots of touches in order to actually make them work. So we have some newer obstacles in the launching of clinical trials and clinical research that really were not major considerations even a few years ago. The one that is probably most commonly talked about at our institutions is coverage analysis, and I'm sure all of you, or many of you, are aware of the fact that there are federal regulations as well as in California state regulations for how bills go out the door in a research protocol, what gets billed to third-party payers, what gets billed to the institution, what goes to research accounts. This sea change and this increased oversight in the regulatory environment has created essentially a mirror image of what we saw in the 1980s. We're going to destroy research, we're just getting in people's way, and the science will stop because of this. But my prediction in this is over time we'll see this same evolution like the Kubler-Ross stages of death, where people will eventually reach the point of acceptance and understand that that these regulations are here for a reason, and the goal is to have them not be viewed as a hurdle, but something that actually helps them in terms of managing their studies and their budgets. So what we really want to do is facilitate rather than serve as a way to obstruct. So what are the next steps that are in the future for starting these clinical trials and for regulatory oversight? Well, I already alluded to one of them, and that's the role of central IRBs. And I think this is going to be incredibly important. The NIH in particular is requiring it for many of their studies. Commercial sponsors are also beginning to require this. And it's, I think, going to be a key point in minimizing duplicate reviews and hopefully not trying to micromanage protocols from 1,000 points of light, each having their own opinion. The second are master clinical trial agreements, and the CTSA Consortium has a project on this. We've done this in the University of California, and we've shown that if you have master clinical trial agreements, you can significantly decrease the time for contract signing. And then the last, which is probably a pipe dream to start with, but I think is certainly useful, would be central coverage analysis. Right now, everybody does their own coverage analysis, and it has the same problems, actually, that having everybody do their own IRB reviews. And I'm hoping that we begin to move towards a centralized way of being able to do that and having reliance agreements similar to IRB reliance agreements. And then in the end, the idea is to have an integrated service where, and procedure where all of these questions related to central versus central IRB, centralized coverage analysis, all the questions are addressed up front with the investigators. and so that the questions can be answered initially rather than having that sort of toddler-esque parallel play where everybody is going off in their own directions. And at the end of the day, we find that the consent form, the consent form language, the contract, and the coverage analysis all say different things, which creates huge regulatory problems. So what I'm encouraging, and one of the things we're doing at UCSD, is to develop teams that address these issues up front and track each of these together with the project manager, for example, and in that sense be able to assure that when we get to the end of the process, we don't suddenly realize that the language in all of these are totally different, which creates risk issues for the institutions and confusion amongst patients and research units. So with that, I'm happy to have you move on. I don't know if you want to be that.
Yeah, if anybody has questions.
It was all perfectly clear.
Oh.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Firestein for getting us off to a great start. Let's see if somebody is helping me pull up slides for our next session. So, as I mentioned, I'm Bray Patrick Lake, and I'll serve as your moderator today, and I would love to give you just a little tour of our day today. I'm a little too short to see over to the slides, so bear with me. Okay, so here is our agenda. We are running on schedule, and we will have a break, I believe, that is coming up from 10:10 to 10:25. So we have a 15-minute break. For those of you that are joining by the live web stream, you will hear music, and we will go back to our general slide that was our Streamlining IRB opening slide. And so when the music stops, you will know that it is time to come back and join back into our activities. So we will have a morning session, and then we will take a lunch break around 11:45 to 12:05, and those of us that will here will run out and grab our box lunch and come back in. We will have a couple of different afternoon sessions, and then we will wrap up at 2 p.m., which will be 5 p.m. for those of you on the East Coast who are joining us. I want to say a big thank you to our partners today. It is so important that we stop and we take the time and effort to really bring all the voices in to help us shape these regulations. And so we have NCATS, our National Center for Advancing the Translational Sciences. We have CISCRIPT, which is Center for Information and Study of Research Participation, Genetic Alliance. We have OHRP, our Office for Human Research Protections, and also our CTSA and our CTSA Consortium, which we really appreciate the cooperation that we're getting out of a number of institutions to help the stakeholders really understand all of the information, and also to facilitate these sessions where we can bring our patients and our researchers and those of us that are policymakers together to understand what these regulations mean and how we can all help shape them. So we are on social media right now, so those of you that are live streaming, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and practice a tweet. We want to know that you're out there. So we are tweeting under hashtag AskNPRM. So that is hashtag AskNPRM. You can also tweet your questions to @CommonRule2015. So we've done this at some federal workshops over the summer, and it has actually been really fun. We've pulled in some great questions from around the country and been able to take our dialogue outside of these little rooms all the way across to the far reaches of the country and really pull in a lot of great feedback. So we encourage you to please go ahead and do that and tweet your thoughts as well, and help us understand what's going on out in the landscape as we shape these regulations. You can also email your questions to commonrule2015@ctsac4.org. So that's commonrule2015@ctsac4.org. Now, that type of feedback coming in online or being emailed in is different than the type of feedback that we need to get into the docket to actually make it an official comment. So I'm going to read through this just briefly, but you can, and we hope that you do, after this series of workshops and after learning more about the issues, we hope that you will actually post a comment. So online, you can go to www.regulations.gov. You can enter HHS-OPHS-2015-0008. Now, if you can't remember that, this is all going to be posted on the CTSA Consortium website, and also the presentations and anything that were the materials and background materials for today will all be posted there, so don't feel like you have to take too many notes. But you can click Submit a Comment, and you don't have to be a research expert or a policymaker to do this. We hope to hear from people all over the country. You can also submit comments by mail, by mailing them into OHRP, directed at Dr. Jerry Menikoff. And the address is on this slide, and it'll also be on the website, but you can also just Google OHRP and you'll find a way, and also in the federal regulations, how to submit a comment. But just be clear, just because you're tweeting comments, while that might contribute to our dialogue today, that is not a formal way of entering your comment into the docket. So to open our day, and just to bring all of our stakeholders up to speed, we want to talk a little bit about what is an institutional review board. So every research project that involves living human subjects must be reviewed and approved by an institutional review board, which will then join our alphabet soup of IRB. So an IRB must review the research before any research activities actually take place. So every organization that conducts research must have at least one IRB, and many actually have more than one. The job of the IRB includes making sure that study is conducted fairly and participants are not likely to be harmed. So IRBs may actually stop a study if the researcher is not following rules, if the study appears to be causing unexpected or unanticipated harm to the participants, or there's clear evidence that the research is not effective. The IRB must have at least 5 members from different professions and backgrounds, including at least 1 scientist and 1 non-scientist or community representative. And this is a great opportunity for those of you that are coming to research and your community members and you might have an interest. Please check with your institutions about participating in your local IRBs. There's a great opportunity to have your voice heard and to be part of this process and keeping our human research participants safe. So why do we need IRBs? Where do these regulations come from? And I think it's important that we realize that while we're at this time of great respect for participants and partnership with participants, we've been hearing a lot about patient centricity, we do have a history in this country in research that we do need to respect and not forget, and make sure certainly that we don't repeat this. So this is a timeline that shows the most important events in the development of standards for ethical practice of research and the protection of research participants. So these events include some harmful or unethical research practices, many of which that didn't even come to light until years after they were completed, along with the investigations and the resulting rules and laws that govern the conduct of research today. So we've pulled out some of the key historical events, and then also some of the regulations that have come into being over time that are dedicated to protecting research volunteers. And again, so the laws of today actually protect volunteers because of the abuses in the past. So US laws require that people are told about the benefits and risks of research, the purpose and methods of research, and that is before they volunteer. So it's very important that people that are participating in research, they're informed about the research study and what it involves before they take place in this country. So we have the 1991 Common Rule. And as mentioned, the federal law that protects human participants in research is called Common Rule, and I learned it's very complicated for me coming from outside of research and just being a participant in research to learn all of the different agencies and interactions that come into play actually in the safeguards of research. And so Common Rule, as I understand it, signed on 15 different agencies that actually led to some of the complexity when you try to make changes to the Common Rule. You then need to go back and get all the feedback from all the different agencies and get everybody on board before you can move forward in making changes to this rule, which is where we are today. So this law actually defines research in human subjects and calls for each research institution to establish an oversight committee, which is the IRB. The law describes how the IRB should review, approve, and monitor research studies to ensure that consent is voluntary and participants understand the potential risks, and that vulnerable groups of people in research, which may be somebody like children, prisoners, people who are decisionally impaired, pregnant women, undocumented immigrants, will receive special protections. So who completes the IRB review? Well, it depends. So only one IRB member actually reviews the research when the possible harm or discomfort of the research is the same or less than what a person faces in daily life, and this is defined as minimal risk. The full IRB, meaning at least the 5 members and the community member review when the possible harm or discomfort of the research is greater than what a person might face in daily life. So that's known as greater than minimal risk. So let's talk a little bit about what the IRB reviews. So this slide shows the basic issues that IRBs consider when deciding whether to approve a research project. When reviewing a study, the IRB looks at risks, benefits, and informed consent. The IRB considers the plan to ensure that the participant privacy is protected, that information collected about participants, meaning all personal health information, is kept confidential and de-identified. If there are vulnerable groups, like children or pregnant women, the IRB makes sure that extra steps are taken to be sure their interests are adequately protected. And the IRB can also consider whether a study might do harm to communities as well as individuals. So when do IRBs review research? So when their employees receive government funds to do a research project, when their employees do research procedures at their hospital or facility, when their employees explain the research procedures to volunteers at the hospital or facility, and when employees have access to research data that can identify the research volunteer. And they also do what's called continuing review, so at least every 12 months after the first review. So we encourage those of you that are new to research to take the time to click on some of these websites and learn more about some of the policies that are shaping our research and some of the historical aspects of research. You can read the Declaration of Helsinki, the Belmont Report, and the Common Rule. I will not go through these actual websites. But I thank you, and I hope that that gives you just a little bit of overview of kind of the landscape and some of the issues we'll be talking about if you're new to research. And with that, I will turn it over to our next session moderator. Thank you. You know what? I might actually turn it over to our next session's moderator with an introduction, because I spaced out for a second and totally forgot that I was introducing him, which I'm sure he appreciates. Okay, so please allow me to introduce Mr. Taunton Payne. Taunton is a science and policy analyst from the Office of Science and Office of Science Policy. Issues including developing policies for human subjects protections, particularly for the protection of participant privacy and confidentiality and informed consent for research. He also works on policies for oversight of genomic data sharing, dual-use research, and increasing public access to scientific data. Mr. Payne joined the Office of Science Policy in 2011. He holds a master's degree from Columbia University and the London School of Economics. So welcome, Taunton. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Taunton Payne. Thank you for that introduction. I'm going to be giving you a brief overview of the proposed revisions to the Common Rule, and I say brief because it's very difficult to fit a regulatory. Okay, so first I'm going to give you a bit of a background on the Common Rule and what the NPRM is. Then I'll go over the major proposals in the NPRM and what they are proposing to do. And then I'll just give you a very brief explanation of how the public comment process works and how you can submit a comment. Okay, so I think we've had some good explanation already about what the Common Rule is. Really, it just refers to the body of federal regulations that govern the protection of human subjects in research. And at its most basic level, the Common Rule has sort of 2 pillars of protections. The first is that it establishes a requirement for informed consent of participants to be involved in research, and second, that there be a review of that research by institutional review boards. And the NPRM stands for the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. This is required anytime the federal government issue new federal regulations. It's always published in the Federal Register, which is the federal government's official publication for these changes. And it's usually issued for public comment for a set period of time. And we recognize that the Federal Register is not necessarily the most widely read publication. It's a rather dense the publication that comes out every day. So we really do recognize, or welcome this opportunity to sort of raise awareness of these forthcoming changes and to try and encourage people to submit comments on this. So it's called the Common Rule, as we've already said, because it's followed by 18 departments and agencies. More have signed on since it came into existence. And you won't find NIH, FDA, or CDC on this list because they are part of the Department of Health and Human Services, so they are part of that. And when the rule is finalized, it'll be joined for the first time by the Department of Labor. So we've also heard, I think, a good bit about the history of the Common Rule and Human Subjects Protection Regulations, but I'll just draw your attention to 1991, when the Common Rule was adopted by the other departments and agencies. And in 2011, an advance notice of proposed rulemaking was published that included, in general terms, what the regulations would propose to do. It didn't have any specific regulatory text, but it asked a number of questions and gave a very general idea about what these changes might look like. And it solicited public comments, and we received about 1,000 public comments, and those were considered, as well as changes changes to the research and regulatory landscape that have occurred since that was published have both been considered and factored into revising the proposal, which was published in 2015 on September 8th for a 90-day public comment period. And if everything goes smoothly, then we would hope to see a final Common Rule published sometime in 2016. And for those of you who have any interest in looking at the Common Rule itself, just to give you a very brief overview of what's in it, it has an executive summary up front. It then has an extensive rationale for the modernization of the Common Rule. And then for each of the major proposals, it describes what the current Common Rule says, if anything, what the ANPRM proposal is, and what the public comments said on that proposal, if anything. It then describes the NPRM proposal itself, and then it asks specific questions about that and related issues. And there are 88 total questions in the NPRM. There's also a summary of all the public comments that were received on the ANPRM, and a regulatory impact assessment, which is just an estimate of the quantifiable and unquantifiable costs and benefits of implementing the proposed regulation. And then last, there's the actual proposed regulatory text itself. Okay, so why are we doing this? Why do we need to modernize the Common Rule? Well, I probably don't need to tell many of you that research has changed dramatically since 1991, and the context in which research is conducted has changed dramatically. Just to name a few of kind of the largest changes, there's been a significant expansion in the number and type of clinical trials being conducted around the country. There's been a diversification of research in social sciences involving human subjects. There's an increasing proportion of research conducted in clinical settings, as well as an increasing proportion of studies involving multiple institutions. There's substantially greater scientific data sharing going on, and more expectations and policies in this area are likely to be forthcoming. There's increasingly sophisticated technologies and methods for extracting information from biospecimens that are increasingly being used in research. There are also new initiatives, such as the President's Precision Medicine Initiative, that are advancing a more participatory model of research where participants are engaged and sort of partners in the research itself. So there are two overarching goals behind this modernization effort. The first is just to enhance safeguards and respect for research participants. And the second is to simplify the current oversight system and reduce inappropriate and unnecessary administrative burdens that get in the way of research. This is accomplished through 6 major reforms. The first is to match the degree of oversight to the level of risk associated with the research, to require consent for research using biospecimens, whether those biospecimens are identifiable or non-identified, to allow broad consent for future research use of biospecimens or non-identified or identifiable information, to simplify consent documents and processes, to increase privacy and security safeguards and to establish standards in this area, and last, to streamline IRB review of research and IRB operations. And this is the topic we're going to be focusing on today. Okay, so the first set of reforms, matching the degree of oversight to the level of risk, involves expanding the rule to regulate some areas of research and some activities that had not previously been regulated, to exclude some research from all requirements in the rule entirely, and some non-research activities, and to exempt other categories of research from some of the requirements of the rule based on the level of risk. So this graphic is just intended to give you a very general idea of the trend in the rule. And the idea is that under the current common rule, research and activities are generally either covered entirely or they're exempt entirely, with some nuance there that isn't captured by this graphic, of course. But under the proposed common rule, it would introduce degrees of the level of coverage that research is subject to, while expanding into new, previously unregulated areas. And I should just point out here that the basic rationale behind this is to allow IRBs and the oversight system to focus their research on areas that have the highest risk in order to sort of ensure that those areas have an appropriate amount of oversight and that their resources are not being wasted or misdirected to lower risk research. So the first change in this area is an expansion of the scope of the common rule to cover previously unregulated clinical trials that are not currently subject to any federal regulation, that are conducted at an institution that receives federal funding for non-exempt human subjects research, and if those trials are conducted at an institution in the U.S. The next set of changes is to exclude activities that are deemed not to meet the definition of research for the purpose of this regulation. And some of these activities include oral history, journalism, biography, and historical scholarship that focuses on specific individuals, the collection of data and biospecimens for intelligence, national security, or homeland security purposes, the collection of data and biospecimens for criminal justice activities on behalf of or by a criminal justice authority, public health surveillance by public health authorities, collection of data and biospecimens for institutions' own internal monitoring and program improvement, and quality assurance and quality improvement for the delivery of an accepted practice or service. And what is meant by this is that if a study was intended to evaluate the effectiveness of, say, an educational technique for improving or for increasing adoption of an accepted medical practice, that could be excluded from the rule. But a study that was intending to evaluate the effectiveness of that practice itself would not be considered QA and QI and would not be eligible for this exclusion. Okay, there's also a number of categories of research that are excluded because they are considered to be low risk. So the first of these is research involving information that was originally collected for purposes other than the proposed study, if the information is publicly available, or if it is non-identified and the investigator will not recontact or re-identify the participants. Research gathering non-identified or non-sensitive information through educational tests, surveys, interviews, or observations of public behavior would also be excluded. And when we say non-sensitive here, I just want to be clear that non-sensitive is not the word that appears in the regulation. It's just shorthand here. And what it's meant to mean is information that, if it was disclosed, would be unlikely to pose a risk of criminal or civil liability or damage financial standing, employability, or educational advancement or reputation of the participants. The next category of excluded research involves activities that are already subject to other adequate protections that would be similar to those found in the common rule. So for example, research that gathers identifiable sensitive information through educational tests, surveys, or interviews, or observation of public behavior, and research that is conducted by a federal agency using information generated or collected by the government for non-research purposes, including, for example, criminal history data. If either of those activities were subject to protections required for the collection of data in the Paperwork Reduction Act, or stored in a system that was compliant with the E-Government Act or the Privacy Act. And most of these research activities are going to be activities that are conducted by the government or by government contractors. And the last category of excluded research here would be research involving the collection and analysis of identifiable health information if it was regulated as healthcare operations, research, or public health activities by HIPAA. Okay, and there's one final category of excluded research, and this is low-risk biospecimen research, or research using biospecimens, that does not diminish the autonomy of research participants. And in this case, it would be research that involves non-identified biospecimens that will not reveal new information about an individual. And this would include test and assay development and validation, quality assurance and control activities, and proficiency testing, such as for laboratory performance. Okay, so for the exempt categories of research, there are a number of protections that may be required based on the level of risk of the exempt research. The most common one, and the one that has to be used by all of the categories of exempt research, is that a standard tool will be developed that can be used to determine the exemption status of the proposed research, or an expert with knowledge of the regulations could be used as well. When this decision is made, the record of the outcome of using that tool has to be kept and recorded. In some cases, safeguards to protect the information and the biospecimens would have to be applied. In other cases, there may have to be limited IRB review of the consent processes involved. And last, in some cases, there may have to be broad consent would have to be obtained using an approved template that would be developed by the Secretary of HHS, or at least published by the Secretary of HHS with public comment. Okay, so for the first category of exempt research, this is low-risk research, and it would include research in educational settings and practices unlikely to adversely impact students' opportunities to learn, research and demonstration projects that are supported by the federal government to evaluate public benefit or service programs, research involving benign interventions or video recording if the information is non-identified or not sensitive. And again, this goes back to that concept of not sensitive, as in if it was disclosed, it would not cause harms to come to participants. And last, taste and food quality evaluation. And for all of these categories of research, the only requirement would be that they would have to, that the proposed research would have to have an exemption determination made using this standard tool, and that the outcome would have to be recorded and records kept. So there's a new sort of category of exempt research here, and this is research with identifiable sensitive information. And here when we say sensitive, we actually do just mean sensitive. This is the rule, or the word that the rule uses when referring to this information. And there are sort of two categories of research in this category. First is non-interventional research, gathering identifiable sensitive information through educational tests, surveys or interviews, or observations of public behavior. And second would be secondary research using identifiable sensitive information that was originally collected for non-research purposes if prior notice was given to individuals that the information might be used in research, and the secondary investigator who uses the information would only use it for the purpose for which they obtained or received it. And in both of these cases, the exempt determination would have to be made and recorded, and safeguards would have to be in place to protect the privacy and confidentiality of the information. Okay, and the last category of exempt research involves kind of two parts here. And it's research with biospecimens and identifiable information. And this could be non-identifiable or identifiable biospecimens. So first, the collection of biospecimens and identifiable information for the establishment of databases and biobanks could be exempt, provided that they have the exempt determination made and recorded. Safeguards to protect the information and the biospecimens are in place. Broad consent using the template that would be published by the secretary was used to obtain the biospecimens or information. And limited IRB review to look at solely the context in which broad consent was obtained to ensure that it was appropriate would have to be conducted. And then the next sort of type of this, or part of this exemption would be that secondary research using those biospecimens or identifiable information would be exempt, provided that there are no plans to return individual research results, and that the exemption determination is made and recorded, and that safeguards are in place for protecting the information or biospecimens, but there would be no other requirements for this type of research. Okay, it's worth saying a word about how these exclusions and exemptions apply to vulnerable populations. So for the Department of Health and Human Services, there are additional parts to the common rule that do not apply to the other departments and agencies, and these govern how certain populations that might be considered to be vulnerable to undue influence or coercion can be involved in research. And the first category of this is just that the exclusions apply to all vulnerable populations except for one exclusion, which is non-interventional research with children involving educational tests, surveys, interviews, or observations of public behavior. If children are involved in that research, it cannot be excluded. The exemptions apply to all research involving pregnant women and neonates, which means that any research that involves pregnant women and neonates can be exempt from the requirements of the rule if it would be otherwise eligible. Certain research involving children cannot be exempt from the rule, and this includes research involving benign interventions or video recording if the information is not identified or not sensitive, as well as non-interventional research gathering identifiable sensitive information through educational tests, surveys, or interviews, or observations of public behavior. And last, research involving prisoners cannot be exempt unless the research incidentally involves some prisoners. And what this has meant is that if you happen to have some prisoners in your population, or if some members of the population under study happen to become prisoners over time, this would not necessarily be a reason why the research could not be exempt, but prisoners could not be the main population under study. Okay, so the next major set of reforms is to require consent for the research use of biospecimens, and this is probably one of the most significant changes in the rule. So first, it would require consent for the research with biospecimens, whether identifiable or non-identifiable, by changing the definition of human subject to require consent when an investigator obtains, uses, studies, or analyzes biospecimens for research. And there are some exceptions to this, as we discussed earlier, both in the excluded and exempt categories. This would not apply to the collection and use of biospecimens for non-research, that is, clinical purposes, unless they intended to use those biospecimens for research. Okay, and in recognition of the fact that this is a rather significant change to the way research has been conducted in the past, there are two alternative proposals included in the NPRM. So alternative A requires that consent for research involving the generation or use of whole genome sequence data, whether identifiable or not, would be required. And alternative B requires consent for research involving the generation or use of data that is unique to an individual and can be used to re-identify them if combined with publicly available data, whether that data is identifiable or not. And I think the idea here would be that alternative B would be a narrower requirement than the primary proposal, and alternative A would be a narrower requirement than alternative B. And to ensure that these new requirements for obtaining consent are observed, the the rule proposes a higher bar for waiving consent. So it retains the original criteria for waiving consent, but it also adds additional criteria for waiving consent for research involving biospecimens. First, there would have to be compelling scientific reasons for the use of those biospecimens in research, and the research could not be conducted with other biospecimens for which consent has been obtained. Waiving consent would also not be allowed for research with biospecimens or identifiable information if an individual was asked to consent and they declined. And the purpose of this is that waiving consent is expected to be rare in these cases. The next set of reforms is to allow broad consent for future research. So the NPRM would allow broad consent for the collection and use of biospecimens and identifiable information. If this is done, it must use the approved template to be developed by the Secretary with public comment. That would make it eligible for the exemption. And it can be used in conjunction with a specific consent for research. So a participant could be asked to consent to a particular study that was named in the consent form. And they could, on top of that, also be asked to consent to broad future uses of any biospecimens or identifiable information that was collected during the course of that research. Alternatively, it can also be used in a clinical setting where there is no specific consent for research, and it would just be a broad consent for identifiable information or biospecimens collected in that setting. Okay, so there are a number of elements for broad consent. These are not all of them that are listed in the rule, and they would change based on the circumstances or other requirements that might be appropriate for that situation. But in general, the sort of major elements that are required include a general description of the types of research that may be conducted, a description of the scope of the consent itself, which is to mean what. So it has to describe what will be collected in terms of both the biospecimens and the identifiable information. And it sets a limit for clinical settings of having that period of collection be for 10 years from the date of signing, or the legal age of consent of the participant, whichever comes first. If it is collected in a research setting, it can be an indefinite period of collection. And that's not a requirement that it be that long, that's just the allowance for how long it can be. So it could be shorter if that was appropriate. It also has to describe the time period for availability of those specimens or identifiable information for secondary research, and that time period can be indefinite, and I think that would be our hope, but there may be cases where it would be appropriate to limit that so the rule doesn't say that you can't do it. There would also have to be a statement that participation is voluntary, and refusal to participate would involve no loss of benefits that the participant is otherwise entitled to, and that the participant may request to withdraw consent with the caveat that any information or biospecimens that have been distributed for research may not be able to be retrieved. There would also have to be an option for an adult subject to decline inclusion of non-identified data in a publicly accessible database. Okay, so there are also a number of changes to attempt to simplify consent documents and processes. The first is that informed consent documents would have to first include the required elements of consent that appear in the regulation, and that all other information could only be provided in the appendices that follow that required information. If it was combined with a HIPAA authorization form, the authorization form would have to be presented in the consent and not in the appendices. This would also, there's a change in the rule to require for the first time that participants be provided with the information that a reasonable person would need to know to make an informed decision about whether to participate, and that they be given an opportunity to discuss that information. The rule also establishes certain privacy and security safeguards for biospecimens and identifiable information. So all human subjects research would be required to follow specific measures that will be published by the Secretary but are not presently in the rule, or measures that are required by the HIPAA privacy and security rules, such as limitations on disclosure and administrative, physical, and technical safeguards. Sharing of biospecimens and identifiable information would be permitted only for other research with equivalent safeguards that is IRB approved if such approval is required, and no further sharing will take place. It could also be shared for public health purposes or for any other purpose that the participants have consented to. And last, IRB review of the sufficiency of the safeguards would in general not be required by the rule. Okay, so there's one final set of changes here, which is to streamlining IRB review. The most substantial of these changes is that institutions located in the U.S. engaged in cooperative multi-site research would have to rely upon approval by a single IRB unless local IRB review was required by law, or the federal department or agency funding the research determines that a single IRB would not be appropriate for a particular study. And to respond to a number of concerns that we had received about participation in single IRBs, the rule specifies that IRBs, rather than research institutions themselves, will be held responsible if IRBs fail to follow the regulations. And this is achieved by allowing OHRP to take enforcement actions directly against IRBs rather than the institutions at which they reside. This would also apply to unaffiliated IRBs that do not reside at any institution. Okay, there are also a number of other review efficiencies for IRBs in the NPRM. IRBs would no longer be required to review grant applications. The continuing review would be eliminated for, first, research that is eligible for expedited review, and second, for studies that have progressed to the point of only involving data analysis or accessing follow-up data from standard clinical care for a participant's medical condition. If IRBs do conduct continuing review when it isn't required, the rationale would have to be provided and documented. There would also be a list of activities will be published that are eligible for expedited. Well, actually, so there is currently a list of activities that are eligible for expedited review, but currently IRBs have to demonstrate that even if a research does appear on that list, that it is no more than minimal risk. So the default position would be changed to assume that anything that appears on that list would be minimal risk unless the IRB finds otherwise. When IRBs do have to make minimal risk determinations, a list of minimal risk research activities will be published to help guide their decisions, although this may take more of a form of guidance than a list per se. And last, the requirement to report changes in IRB membership to department or agency heads would be eliminated. Okay, and there are a number of transition provisions in the rule which affect how the rule would come into force. So the effective date for all the changes in the rule is 1 year after publication of the final rule. Research that was begun before the effective date would not be subject to the new requirements if it was ongoing at the time that the effective date occurred. Biospecimens collected before the effective date would also be grandfathered and would not be subject to the new requirement to obtain consent for their use if they were non-identified. And there would be a compliance date of 3 years after publication that would be allowed for the two arguably biggest changes in the rule, which would be the new the consent requirement for the use of biospecimens and the mandate for the single IRB review in multi-site research. So I'll just say a little bit now about the public comment process. I know we've already heard some of this today, but I think it helps to hear it again probably, which is that, so there's a number of steps involved in this. The first was that we published the NPRM in the Federal Register on September 8th for a 90-day public comment period, which means that it will close on December 7th. Once all the comments have been received, they'll be considered, and federal departments and agencies will revise the NPRM to become the final rule, and the publication of the final rule and public comments will occur sometime after that. We're also engaging in a number of stakeholder engagement meetings. The next one will be on November 5th in Chicago, Illinois, and there'll be one after that in November 18th in Philadelphia. We held one also earlier on October 14th in Nashville. And OHRP, the Office of Human Research Protections, also held a town hall meeting on October 20th in Washington, D.C. So there's not really any rules for commenting other than if you want to submit a comment, it needs to go through one of the sort of official dockets to receive it. You can express general perspectives on the proposed changes as a whole, such as whether the modernization is needed, and if you think the overall approach is achieving that modernization. You can comment on the specific proposals or on the rule in general, and you can respond to any or none of the 88 specific questions. There's a number of ways you can submit a comment. You can go to the regulations.gov website and submit a comment that way. You can also go to the Federal Register website where the NPRM is located and also submit a comment through there. You can send one by fax to OHRP, or you can mail to Dr. Menikoff at OHRP as well, at the address that appears here. So thank you, and please do submit comments.
Okay, so we have plenty of time for questions, and it's come to my attention that our live streaming viewers are actually on a 30-second delay, and so I may have inadvertently cut them out of participating and asking questions in the first two presentations. So we're going to start over and just go back through those first two presentations. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. All right, so we have our first question from the world for Mr. Payne. Taunton, where did you get that tie? No, I'm kidding. All right, no, we really do actually have one. Okay. Our question from the world, how are e-consent and at-home studies going to be incorporated or addressed in the Common Rule?
Well, for e-consent, I think there's a little bit of flexibility in the Common Rule for what actually constitutes written consent. I think it's the case now, and I'm not sure that the NPRM really is going to propose many changes in that regard. I'm not sure if OHRP is on the line or if they have any sort of additional views about how e-consent might be permitted. What was the other part of that question? At-home
the other
studies?
one was at-home studies. How would they be incorporated or addressed in the Common Rule? And I'm wondering if this is more of a mobile clinical trials type of issue.
Right. Well, I don't think that that's really addressed explicitly in the Common Rule, so I'm not sure that there would really be any changes for that in the proposed regulations. But did OHRP have any input for the e-consent?
Yeah, Taunton, this is Ivor Pritchard. You're correct that the NPRM doesn't change the status of electronic consent. There are various state laws which recognize various forms of electronic consent, and they apply.
Thank you. Ivor, it's Bray Patrick Lake. That was the coolest thing ever. You sound like you're in a spaceship.
I am. I'm in the OHRP spaceship.
Yes, we have. So we have 3 microphones. If you wouldn't mind just coming up to the microphone, we'd love to hear your comments and questions.
Well, this is Cindy Gates. I'm from UC Davis. And I have 2 suggestions. And one is for the protections that have to be for identifiable data. And I think that it would really be better if you called it sensitive identifiable data. At this time, the way the NPRM is written, it would cover any identifiable data, and a lot of it is done by people who really won't be putting it on a computer with all this stuff. Their computer might not even be online ever. And so if you want to apply the protections where they need to be, narrow the scope to sensitive identifiable information. And then the other comment I have is about clinical trials. So the definition of clinical trial, in my opinion, is also way too broad, because there are studies that are done for behavioral research, educational research, that involve the randomization part of it. And I think if you add minimal risk in front of the definition and only apply clinical trials to studies that are greater than minimal risk, then that will narrow the scope and make it more appropriate, and also go along with your goal of streamlining the process.
Well, thank you, and I would just encourage you to submit that comment, Okay. Okay.
I just have a few things that I think are underlying concerns to this whole process. One of them is the algorithms that would be required to follow some of these rules, I think, are not doable in the world we live. The other one is, or two more, some of the things sound so wonderful to all of us, and then when you read the detail on what's expected for documentation or process control begins to appear punitive. I also think there's great concern about words that are ambiguous, like notice. People have to have given notice. Those things could fry an institution, so we're going to overinterpret all of them. And a fourth thing is, we are very concerned about the to be provided. So we're, getting on board or not getting on board with something we can't see in most cases. And I think it could be horrible. The stuff could be odious. There could be great expense involved. So I think many of us are not comfortable. And part of my presentation is going to include a list of those things that aren't provided yet. And I think they're sort of a shocker. So I have two actual questions now that I'm finished with my expletives deleted. One of them is the review process for the ANPRM. I just wondered if it was weighted, because you said 1,000 comments, but some of them were from organizations that might represent as many as 25,000 people. So lumping them all together doesn't seem like a fair representation of concerns. And one of the other things I just wonder, how a big deal is comparative effectiveness research. I was trying hard to see where you could be comfy reviewing or performing that in the NPRM. And I thought, I want your slides because there's nothing you missed. Thank you.
Well, just to take your last question first, for comparative effectiveness, I think that would really, I guess, if your question is whether it would fall under the QA/QI exclusion, so I think just based on the wording of the exclusion, it seems rather unlikely that if it was comparative effectiveness of two accepted practices, that it would necessarily fall under that exclusion. There might be other exclusions or exemptions that it might fall under, but I wouldn't necessarily assume, unless it was for the implementation of those practices, that it would be eligible for that exclusion. And to your question about reviewing the ANPRM comments, well, I think whenever you're reviewing public comments, is always, there's a bit of a balancing act that has to occur, because while, of course, a large organization that represents 25,000 people, speaks with a great deal of sort of authority on an issue, you also can't dismiss comments from individuals who don't have an affiliation that they can turn to necessarily to submit comments on their behalf. And I would say that historically it's actually been quite difficult to get the public to submit comments on proposed regulations, and that the ANPRM was no exception to that. So that's part of why we're doing this, here today. And you had one other point earlier that I've forgotten now. All right.
Hi, my name's Pat Gordon. I'm from San Diego State University, IRB. And I share the concerns about the ambiguity of many words, like benign. I mean, to me, that screams it's going to have a guidance right away. But I just wanted to say that when we got to the point about the exclusion and the exemptions for the vulnerable populations, you lost me. You completely lost me, because the exclusions and the exemptions have to be further identified in terms of what's allowable, and why would children, if it could have been excluded, why are they being so protected? I'd like to have a rationale for that.
Well, I think the particular exclusions and exemptions that do not apply to children are supposed to be consistent both with what's in the current common rule and with what's in the subpart for those particular populations. So although no changes are being proposed to the subpart, I think that's part of the difficulty here, so that's partly why those are in here. But actually, is OHRP on the line? I wonder if they could provide maybe a more fuller explanation of the rationale behind that.
OHRP, did you hear that question?
Well, maybe we can ask them later when they, if they
Hi, this is Julie Conisharo. I'm sorry, we were having, I don't know, cognitive difficulties. I guess, Taunton, I think your answer was correct. I mean, in terms of the line that we were trying to draw here in maintaining the protections for Subpart B. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And, so I'm sorry I missed the part of your presentation that's being referred to in this question, but I'm assuming that it's related to the applicability of Subpart D to the exclusions and how we're maintaining the prohibition on having research involving surveys apply to research involving children, even though that is part of one of the exclusions. And that is the status quo with regard to the applicability of the comparable current exemptions and its relationship to Subpart D, which is why we maintain that exception. But certainly, all of this on the table for comment, and we are specifically, I think we specifically did ask a question about this in the NPRM, and even if we did not, commenters should please feel free to tell us whether you believe that we ought to permit survey research involving and I don't know if my colleagues have more to add. I'm saying no, but I hope that answers the question.
Does that answer your question? Sort of.
Yes, I mean, without having a clear understanding of it all.
Okay, so we are out of time for this session. Does anybody have a burning question that can't wait? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. So thank you, Taunton, for an excellent presentation. We are going to close out this session, and we will take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:25 a.m. Here on the West Coast, and that'll be 1:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because I can do math. So we will close this out. You'll hear some music, and we will see you soon. Thank you. Are we ready to come back together, folks? That's a thumb. I couldn't tell if it was a 1 minute or it's a thumb. Okay, great. So welcome back, everyone, and thank you for those of you that are joining via live stream. If you would, remember to keep tweeting and participating with hashtag #NPRM. So join the conversation. We really are hoping to hear from you and include you in the dialogue today. Now we are diving into our single IRB review of multi-site studies session, and I am pleased to introduce Eric Ma as our moderator for this session. Eric was appointed Executive Director of Clinical Research Operations at University of California, San Diego in 2015. He's responsible for leading strategic initiatives to attract clinical research, building and fostering key internal and external relationships, and facilitating rapid study initiation by simplifying processes in an ever-changing and increasingly complex regulatory landscape. Eric has also held leadership positions in research administration, compliance, and institutional review boards, most recently at UCSF. He's received a master's degree from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health and a bachelor's degree in philosophy and ethics from UCLA. So welcome, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, and good morning to those of you here on the West Coast, and to those of you on the East Coast, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me today. I was thinking that I haven't spoken about such an esoteric topic to people who are not necessarily involved in the IRB world before, and especially on something like a single IRB review of multi-site studies, I was thinking most public people may not care, like what difference does it make to them, right? But I was trying to compare what the IRB system is like in a framework that people in the public may be more familiar with, and in the more conventional IRB review starts with a single IRB review of a study, and the old way, what I'll call, is that one study, even if it were the same study, would be reviewed at multiple IRBs. The idea behind this was that each IRB represented a certain area. It might have a certain population that had interest in it, and that local review was important. And this is somewhat similar to school boards, I think, in this way, is that people tend to like their school boards. School boards have a nice warm feeling about them, right? And there are federal rules and federal regulations that come from DC impacting education, and there are also state rules and regulations impacting education. And school boards have a say in how that is executed at the local level. And so I think if you think of the IRBs in that way, that might help frame what we're talking about. And so what we have now is a system where one study is actually reviewed by multiple IRBs on a local level. And among them are scientists, experts in those fields in the local area, but it also includes public members who are non-scientists and unaffiliated members. So with that in mind, the notice of proposed rulemaking is addressing this topic, a single IRB review of multi-site studies. So why do we do it? Some reasons. One, a notion of a duplicative IRB review may be antiquated, and some may question whether there is any added benefit to having this extra review. There may be an issue with consistency in review. And by this, I mean that when the IRBs receive a study that is also being reviewed at another IRB, there are many times that IRB asks questions that another IRB didn't ask. Some IRBs may focus on certain areas that other IRBs don't emphasize. And what you end up having then is a number of questions of varying degrees, some that might be quite legitimate in that it may impact the regulatory criteria to approve a study. And then there are others that might be perceived as petty or ticky-tack or not really impacting the overall approvability of a study. And so there's a question of consistency when multiple IRBs review the same protocol. There's a hope, I think, with the NPRM that by having a single IRB, there will be reduced delays. They will save time overall, and also in the process, resources. I think another overarching theme about the NPRM is a recognition that our IRB offices and our entire regulatory system is based on a finite number of resources. And so how do we best deploy those resources will be key. And this is not unique to the IRB world. This is also true of the FDA or any other federal agency that has a regulatory responsibility. So there's a question, though, of whether overall resources will be saved, and there's a question about the single IRB of whether it will be more work for some while less work for others. And I'll try not to get too much into the weeds about that, but I think among those who are in this world of the IRB, you will know what I'm referring to. And then another important principle behind this, I think, is fast study initiation. This is a concern for all of us, I think, as members of the public and wanting to see the advancement of science. There are very terrible diseases out there, and the human research process and the enterprise is key, and the IRBs are often seen as a delay to that. I would argue that the IRBs are actually not the major delay anymore. There are other kind of bureaucratic elements to the process, whether that be contracts and grants or something else. But there is a perception, I think, that the IRBs need to be faster without sacrificing quality. And then the last bullet here, I have that ominous question mark, does it better protect subjects? And I think there is an argument for it and an argument against it. And I'll try to talk a little bit about why I put a question mark after that as I explain more what the implications, I think, of a single IRB review may have on the system. So my next, so before we go into a little bit more detail, it's important to, I think about the type of study when you talk about single IRB review. And I want to acknowledge that the NPRM is really focused on the first bullet there, the single principal investigator model, though there's a differentiation, I think, between a study that has a single principal investigator, that is, someone who has overall responsibility for the entire study regardless of where it's conducted. So this may be a case where you have a large federal award and you have multiple sites at which that study is conducted. There may be different, I'll put a little model up there. So here's the principal investigator, and you have multiple sites by which the study is being conducted. So I have engaged in location 1, engaged location 2. There may be a coordinating center. There may be sites where certain research procedures are performed. So but overall, the principal investigator, she is the one who is most held responsible for the study, and this is what is meant by the single principal investigator model. Compare that to the multiple or independent PI model. This is where you have, let's say, one standard protocol. That same exact protocol is conducted at multiple sites, and in this example I show a PI at AMC-A, that's Academic Medical Center A, but that same exact protocol may be done at Community Clinic B, and these PIs are independent from one another. So the other thing that we need to consider, I think, when looking at the single IRB review model is this concept of shared versus seeded review. And this shared in this case suggests and implies that there's some level of local involvement at the other institution or institutional review board or human research protection program. In other words, it may be reviewed by a central or central IRB or one IRB that's external to the institution, but the local IRB may want some kind of input. They might want to ask for an abbreviated application or a summary of what that study is. They may want to know or review the consent language because there may be local context information that they may want, local PI information, any kind of change. And then, so the shared requires a certain amount of work done at the local level without fully seeding it. And that's now the second type of model, where you have a seeding, which is that you give up essentially all control over the study. As the IRB at an institution, you say, we are giving up every responsibility to you, IRB of record. And that may include post-approval monitoring, like auditing. It may be including adverse event reporting. It essentially says, I am giving it up, and basically I will write it down in my records that you are reviewing it, but I never see anything else. I see nothing else. Sorry, hard to Oh. Someone didn't like the seated model, so sorry, we're getting feedback in the room. Okay, and so I think OHRP did not like what I was saying. They have hung up. No. I'll continue. All right. So what causes one institution to decide a shared versus seated model? And I think really it comes down to two kind of overall themes. One is institutional culture. That is there a willingness? Is there what has been done in the past? Is there familiarity with it? And the other is some people, some organizations or institutions don't want to do what they know, right? Again, think of the school board model. In some ways, you have multiple school boards in one area. It could be you've got multiple school boards in one city, even, right? In some ways, it might make sense to merge them and just have one school board, right? But then others don't want to do that, right? So here it's familiarity with the IRB, the process. That may be a reason why one may choose shared versus seated or not at all. So then I want to now turn a little bit to the risks. And these are some considerations, or I've also added fears that some folks have about the single IRB review. And I think one of the top concerns is a poor quality review, in that if a single IRB review does a poor review and is doing the review for multiple sites, so one IRB now, before, one IRB was responsible for one site, in the single IRB review model, that one IRB may be responsible for 10, 20, or 100 sites. If it's a poor quality review, you may have multiplied the problem by allowing that single poor IRB review be promulgated to multiple sites. There's also, I think, a concern and question about local context. And I think this was one of the earmarks of having a local individual on the IRB who is a non-scientist, is to include that. But that's not the only aspect. I mean, there has been recent federal FDA and other federal guidance suggesting local context is not a priority for regulators. However, there are local context in the sense of colleagues who know the researcher may know his ability to do the research, in that there may be space concerns, there may be they may know that his lab maybe all quit because they didn't like him, and they may know infrastructure and other kind of anecdotal stories that an IRB that is not local may miss. And to that end, site monitoring may be less effective, in that if you have a reviewing IRB, a single reviewing IRB, and that IRB is, let's say, 1,000 miles away, who does that site monitoring if the local IRB has the capability to do quality improvement and quality assurance activities? And then finally, and this one I think is going to be negated with the NPRM, is that institutional liability is concerned by those where the review is performed by an IRB not affiliated with the institution. I do think that the NPRM, there's universal agreement that the community wants this clarification. While I think it could have been mitigated with contract language between two institutions, I know that many institutions fear that would like to see this addressed, and I think the NPRM does that successfully. So I also want to talk a little bit about complicating factors, if I haven't lost everyone already. But some include protected health information. This is becoming an increasingly difficult area about sharing data, sharing medical record information. When there are waivers of HIPAA authorization, that is, when an IRB waives authorization so that a researcher may screen for potential research volunteers, and a local hospital may not want to recognize the review of an IRB that is far away. So that's one aspect. There still remains some other regulatory considerations, including sister regulatory reviews, such as radiation safety. So for certain studies that involve radiation, there's another separate committee that reviews this for an institution. The same is true in a number of areas, biosafety review, conflict of interest review. So the public may not realize that there are multiple layers of review and multiple committees, and so how to coordinate that for an institution can be challenging. In addition, if the Radiation Safety Committee has a recommendation for a revision to the consent form, that process could be made more difficult by asking the single IRB review to then change the consent form when that consent form is then has already been shared by, let's say, 20 different sites. And then the other area for me that struck me was that there could be variabilities in the protocols in themselves. So the simplest, or it's not simple, it's complicating, but there is a protocol version control, and this really applies more to that model that involves independent PIs, and this is more in line with industry-funded clinical research, but there can be protocol versioning that not all sites follow the same protocol. But the more troubling, I think, is potentially having differences in standards of care, that procedures are often outlined in the consent form, and if those standards of care are different based on region, based on location, how that single IRB review copes with these is challenged. And then finally, this was raised by Gary Firestein earlier today. There are new and more onerous obligations on institutions and organizations to ensure that billing is done correctly, routing of charges, the contract language and budgeting. These all add to the mix and complicate, I think, the discussion. So I tend not to like to leave on dim slides like complicating factors, and so I like to look at the road ahead. And I think the reality is that the single IRB review has a lot of pluses, and I hope that despite my words of caution, you know that I think that there's promise there. I do think for the enterprise and those of us who work in this world, we need consistency in our approaches, and consistency in what it means to handle shared versus seated models. We need to develop and establish national standards, and I know there's good work being done by NCATS and others. CTTI also is doing this, as well as colleagues are across the country. But it makes it very difficult when there are different standards for different studies, for different projects. It's very burdensome on the IRB offices, and that taxes the limited resources, and isn't that the whole point? We don't want to add burden on our regulatory framework, and this may be doing it unintentionally. So with that in mind, we want to encourage maximum efficiency, minimize duplicative work, but I always want to remind everyone that we are here to prioritize the protection of research participants, and I think this message sometimes gets lost as we talk about regulations and guidance and defining terms, and I think these are all very important things, but I think as we step back, we should be asking whether a change, in fact, enhances the protection or diminishes, and there can be debate. Reasonable people, I think, can disagree on whether change or interpretation of a regulation does that. And then finally, before anything is done, to ensure that the system has adequate resourcing for new processes, is that change management of any sort demands more resources, not less, at least in the short and medium terms. And so for us as a community to understand that whatever happens with the NPRM, we need to resource the professionals who do this adequately, or we're not doing the system any benefit. So with that, I don't know how we should do this. Are questions answered? Do the panelists, how would you like to?
Well,
Why not this? Why ask questions? How about this? All right. So with that, I'll take the initiative.
Okay.
With that, we will do a. Oh, we'll do panelists. So sorry. We will. We have several panelists, and we will invite them one at a time. I think they each have a presentation of about 5 or 10 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes, and then, yeah, and then if anybody has burning questions for Eric, if you could hold them, write them down,
Yeah.
and then let's come back and have our group discussion after that.
That's great.
Okay.
Terrific. And so I think, Bray, you're the first up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And let me grab my... Well, why don't I... I don't have these earplugs on.
Do you want me to, I could actually introduce myself. Would that be fun? Okay.
You come up. All right. So the next speaker is Bay Patrick Lake. She supports efforts to actively engage participant partners in Duke University's research programs, as well as patient advocacy organizations and other stakeholders in clinical trials transformation initiative efforts to improve the quality and efficiency of clinical trials. She recently co-chaired the advisory committee to the NIH Director Precision Medicine Initiative Working Group. She's also a member of the PCORNet Coordinating Centers Executive Leadership Committee, where she develops patient engagement strategies and has served as a patient representative at the FDA on a variety of advisory committees. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Patrick Lake.
Thank you. I was expecting you all to get up now. Okay, so this is the most important slide in my presentation, and even though I'm an employee of Duke University, I come to this work from the background of actually being a participant in a clinical trial that was aborted for low and slow enrollment, and so I really came from the outside and had to learn a heck of a lot about research and how we make it better work for patients. So even though I work for an academic institution, I tend to have primarily the patient lens, which I don't apologize for in any way. And so the good news of going into this presentation is that actually the slide that Eric showed about all of the reasons that we need to have a modernization effort around increasing the efficiency of research and the oversight process and streamlining IRB review, from the patient perspective, I agree with all of those. The issues around variability and consistency and the duplicative reviews and certainly just the inefficient work that we have going on. In my personal experience, all of the trials I've been involved in and all of the research review that I've either contributed to or helped inform, I have not seen anything yet that actually, when we started having delays from the IRB, actually increased the safety of participants in the trial or increased the protections. And so I've just been a bit frustrated on that side, where I see a lot of inefficiencies in the system that don't seem to be there and don't seem to be serving patients. I work for the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, which is an FDA public-private partnership to improve the quality and efficiency of clinical trials, and we certainly have been working on a central IRB and a central IRB advancement project and working on study, startup and study and efficiency, but I'm separating myself out from that type of professional work to putting back on my patient hat and really wanting to speak to you about why things have changed and why now we need to have this effort to modernize research and enhance the safeguards and respect for participants, but also working on these efficiency issues. So patients have had a real changing role in research, particularly for patient groups in research. And I do serve as a president of a patient advocacy foundation, kind of on the side outside of my professional work at Duke, but we've had a real changing role in research. So if you look in 1913, we had the American Cancer Society that was actually formed to raise awareness around a disease. And then we had groups that were starting to get involved in policy. And then some of these things changed, particularly with HIV, AIDS, and breast cancer advocates getting involved in research design and really making us more accountable to our patient participants. We now have a new model where patient groups are actively taking control in the research space in many ways and working to leverage their assets to de-risk research and increase the return on investment. And so we've had some groups that are more and more, you're seeing more groups that are very interested in becoming active participants and drivers of research. So we have that going on, and right now we see in the U.S. clinical trials that basically it's a crisis period for this country. We have only so many finite resources dedicated to research, but yet we have trial startup times that are lengthening. We've got our enrollment that's actually slowing and failing. The recruitment and retention statistics are absolutely hideous in this country. Costs are increasing, and this has become such a complex system that we're finding many investigators are just pulling out of research at all, which is not what patients need. We need the best and brightest minds working on our issues. And this is actually coming coming at a time when there's an increasing need for reliable evidence, whether it be medical practices, new devices to drugs and biologics, or to determine the effectiveness of diagnostic and therapeutic alternatives. So this is kind of a depressing slide from the patient perspective on what it takes to actually get a treatment to market. And I want you guys to think about, when we try to best serve patients, time equals lives. And anything we can do to shorten that time and actually get new therapies and new treatments to patients, we need to do. And so each time you see these clinical trials in phase 1, 2, 3, and post-market, all of the research review, every time we slow something down, every time we have an inefficiency in that process, it matters to patients, and it costs us time, it costs us lives, and it's not acceptable to us. So this slide will be probably hard to read in the back, and you can read it later in line. But this is our patient group engagement model from bench to bedside and back. And so patient groups are actively getting much more involved in research. And we're seeing firsthand, I don't think, maybe some of our IRB members and some of the community members serving on IRBs were aware of kind of the insanity around research, but it really makes us very angry and very disheartened. And one of the meetings I was doing on Central IRB, some of our patient partners actually were crying because they knew that they had children with 100% progressive, rare, and fatal diseases. And every day that's wasted on research and that we spend in these inefficiencies that we could address as a research community, you just need to know that it does matter and that people do die and they do leave this planet, and we don't find that acceptable in any way. The other thing that's important is this business of research and therapeutic development is all dependent on shortening cycle times. We have drug developers and pharma companies and biotech companies in this country that have medical products that if they cannot get them to market in a certain period of time, they actually put them on the shelf. And patient groups are actively trying to buy and repurpose compounds that basically we've got people saying, this is too hard, it takes too long, we're not going to do it. So it affects our entire patient population, and anything we can do to de-risk and to speed this whole thing up and shorten these cycle time metrics really does matter to the patients. So I will wait to engage in our conversation with the IRB review, but we've also had a real issue with the changing roles, patient roles in research, the inconsistency in interpretation by IRBs. So we have, thanks to PCORI, the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, we have a lot of patients that are now serving as co-investigators. And so you might have a patient that serves on an advisory board member, or as an advisory board member, you might have patients that participate in focus groups who've been subject to typical research protections, but when those patients actually become co-investigators, we have a lot of institutions that aren't part of CTSAs, don't know anything about patient engagement, haven't been in kind of the forward thinkingness of how this country and our research landscape has shifted, and they don't know what to do. And so they'll see somebody as a as a member of a research team from the patient community, and they think that all these protections need to be enacted because we have to protect the patient from actually being part of a research team. And so the inconsistency is incredibly frustrating. So we are very interested in basically paving a new road, and also making sure that we drive on it over and over again. And I know that it's going to be painful when we make this switch and we start working on a streamlined IRB process and having a single IRB of record for review, because we're going to have to change a lot of our current practices, but patients think it's absolutely worth it, and we're willing to be your partners on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Bray. Our next speaker, I believe, is Dr. Todd Rice. Dr. Rice is an associate professor of medicine in the Division of Allergy, Pulmonology, and Critical Care Medicine. In addition to taking care of patients, he also conducts clinical research with critically ill patients. He has had numerous grants funded by the National Institutes of Health to study sepsis, ARDS, critical care nutrition, and human subjects research regulation. He's an investigator in the NHLBI-funded PEDAL network of investigators, and is also has PCORI funding for his research. Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, Eric. So my job here today is to kind of walk us through this from an investigator and or a study team perspective. So we all wear a bunch of different hats. Put down whatever hat you're wearing right now, pick up your investigator hat, put on your investigator hat, and that's how we're going to kind of look at what this streamlining IRB review and using one single IRB might look like from an investigator's perspective. I have, I think, 4 or 5 slides to kind of talk about pros, cons, challenges, and what it may look like. We should note that there are a couple different investigator roles you could have. You could be an investigator at a site that is participating in the research but is not the lead site. And in that situation, you're kind of an investigator on the study, but you're not the lead investigator. And it's likely you'll be dealing with an IRB that's not your IRB in this model. It's an external one to your institution. Or you could be the lead investigator, and it could be even your IRB that's the single IRB of record. And as we go through this, we'll talk about how the roles and what this may look like may vary a little bit depending on that. So a single IRB, as proposed in the NPRM, what responsibilities might that single IRB cover? So there are many responsibilities in human research protections. Some of them are pretty straightforward and pretty easy for a single IRB to cover. The Code of Federal Regulation determinations, which is how we review studies in an IRB, are pretty objective and pretty straightforward and are pretty easily handled by a single IRB of record for all of the other institutions. We have entered into a number of reliances for a number of different studies across the country. This is becoming much more popular now, and we're getting somewhat comfortable with the local context review and incorporation of other people's local context into a study. So local context may be different a little bit in California than it is in New York, but a New York IRB can usually get the information from California and say, we can review the study now that we know what your local context is. Consent form approvals are, for the most part, things that a single IRB can cover. Sometimes they'll have areas of a consent form that might be editable or open for local context stuff, with lots of closed and uneditable regions for things such as describing the study, describing the risks, describing alternatives, those sorts of things, which really don't vary from site to site. Not all of the reliance models will do this, but most of them now, the single IRB is getting the adverse events and the unanticipated problems reported to them and is dealing in some way with those, reviewing them, deciding whether or not to report them, reporting back to the local IRB if they are reporting them to OHRP or FDA. Then there's some plus minuses, as you can see on these slides, which are things that maybe a single IRB could do. Conflict of interest determinations, the pedal network that I am part of, the central IRB for that actually is doing the conflict of interest determinations and the language for all of the sites. But many other reliance agreements leave those conflict of interest to the local IRB because they know potential conflicts and they know how they're handled at their institution. The same thing is true for HIPAA privacy determinations and oversight. There's some variability state to state, and a lot of times that's left to the local institution and not for the single IRB to review and make those determinations. So those are things that they are likely to do or could do with relative ease. What about things that the single IRB may not cover? One is research personnel qualifications. So all institutions have certain qualifications that you have to have gone through, training that you have to have done in order to be eligible to be an investigator. Unfortunately, it varies quite widely across the country as to what those qualifications are. And those are usually left up to the local institution to say, is this investigator at your institution qualified to do research at your institution? Radiation safety, Eric actually talked about this. Our radiation, our X-ray machines and our radiation devices vary in number of institutions, and so the amount of radiation that's delivered, how we describe that varies widely from site to site, state to state, institution to institution, and at least as it's set up now, those reviews for radiation safety are being done locally. Biosafety, so this is for an example of handling live viruses. So a live viral vaccine that you're doing study on, how those viruses are handled, what protections you have to do just for the live virus, again, are all kind of locally determined. Billing, auditing, and compliance, and this has to do with kind of the qualifying determination of whether or not a trial can be billed to Medicare and those sorts of things. Again, all things that are still kind of stuck in your local institution. So as an investigator, I have a central IRB, a single IRB that's done a nice review and has taken care of the CFR determinations, maybe the conflict of interest, the local context, and all that. I'm not absolved of all of my duties to protect human subjects, and in fact, there's still things I'm going to have to do locally to get an approval for me to conduct this study at my institution. And many of those things are here: billing, compliance, qualifying trial determinations, and if we have radiation or live vaccines, I'm going to have to get an additional review by my local radiation safety, biosafety committee. Is there potential benefit in having a single IRB review? There's actually a lot of potential benefit from an investigator standpoint. So we've talked a lot about this, but one review means that there's one determination for all study sites. And for lots of people outside of the IRB realm, it seems like we're all using the same Code of Federal Regulations, we're all using the same guidelines, we should be making the same determinations, but there are certain studies where that may not happen. We all have a slightly different view of what actually fits under the Code of Federal Regulations as a minimal risk study. And so studies that are in that gray area, one IRB, when we're in our current model where multiple IRBs are reviewing it, one IRB may say, we think that's minimal risk. Another IRB may say, we're not so sure, and we think that's probably greater than minimal risk. There's other areas that just lend themselves to these gray areas. For example, in children's criteria, there's an actual criterion to approve children's studies, which is slightly greater than minimal risk, with really no other description in it other than that. And IRBs argue all the time about what is slightly greater than minimal risk, as opposed to truly greater than minimal risk in these children's studies. So having a single IRB review will give you one determination for the study and that same determination across all the study sites. And the study will be conducted largely the same at all the sites. Everybody will have essentially the same protocol. There won't be a variability of you can't do this procedure, you can't do that procedure. It's all being reviewed by one IRB. We think, although we don't have data that this is actually true, that we'll have improved efficiency and time to approval. The caveat is that we may actually have a improved time to an IRB approval. That doesn't necessarily mean me as an investigator will have a faster time to when I can enroll that first patient. I still may have to work through billing or contracts at my institution in order for me to get a final sign-off to enroll that first patient. There's lots of redundancy in submission documents and changes in consent forms, and having a single IRB should reduce those, if not eliminate them largely. And for many places, so at my institution, if a central IRB outside of my institution is being used, I still have to submit a little bit to my IRB so they know the study's going on, they can do some compliance. At my institution, all of the billing is based off of an IRB number, so there has to be what we call a shadow record in the IRB. But that submission is very, very shortened from a normal submission to my normal IRB. So the documents that I have to submit are often smaller and shorter. What about challenges in this process? So having gone through this a number of times, you need to have a reliance agreement with the IRB that's going to be the IRB of record, that single IRB, in order for them to know what they're responsible for, what you're responsible for, what your IRB is responsible for. These reliance agreements used to take a significant amount of time to negotiate, on the order of 9 months to a year sometimes. IRBs have gotten better at it because we're doing a lot of it. And in fact, many IRBs out there right now hire a full-time employee to take care of all of their reliance agreements. And they're in charge of all of the different reliance agreements, because you can imagine, in the current setup at least, we have a different reliance agreement for almost every study that has a central IRB. The positive part of that is that there are some developments for some national reliance agreements that are occurring right now. And if those actually take foot and get some footing and some hold, it's possible that you could have a reliance agreement that you could just say, we're in this agreement, institution X is in this agreement, institution Y is in this agreement. The three of us are doing this study and we already have an agreement, and we can just use that reliance agreement, which will decrease the time for these. You have to get local context from your site to the reviewing IRB's site. Oftentimes this is done by your IRB because they know the local context, but that IRB needs to know your my local context as an investigator so that they can review it in that context. Local context can include things like how will you deal with your investigational pharmacy. Different institutions have different regulations or guidelines on birth control in drug studies, and those sorts of things are sort of local context. Then once all this is done, I still have to understand what my responsibility is and what my team's responsibility is. And that'll change if I'm the lead PI, because then my responsibility actually may be more than just to my team. It may be to the whole study and to investigators outside of my institution. Or if I'm just an enrolling PI, then my responsibilities may be local, and I have to understand who I have to report adverse events to and who I need to report compliance issues to and who to work billing with and those sorts of things. If I have to submit to the external IRB, I may have to learn their system. Unfortunately, we all have different electronic systems for our IRB submissions, and I may have to learn their system. IRBs are starting to charge for this role, to be the lead IRB, and now in grants where we propose a lead IRB, we actually put funding in the grant to pay for some of the lead IRB roles. And if I am that lead investigator, I may have to coordinate the submission and all of the IRB interactions for all of the other investigators if my IRB is the lead IRB. That may be a role I have to take on. So I think that's all I have. I'm happy to take questions in the panel at the end. Thanks.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. All right, thanks, Todd. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Link. Dr. Link has served on the University of Cincinnati's IRB for over 20 years and was appointed chair in 2004. He is a health science officer at the Cincinnati VA Medical Center and an associate professor at the UC College of Medicine. He led the formation of the NIH StrokeNet Central IRB and serves as chair of the CIRB. StrokeNet is funded by the NIH to conduct clinical trials for stroke prevention, treatment, and recovery. UC serves as the National Clinical Coordinating Center, and the network consists of 25 regional coordinating centers with over 300 clinical sites.
Thank you, Eric. I was happy being the chair of the University of Cincinnati IRB, and then one day the chairman of the Department of Neurology came to us and said that they were going to apply to be the National Clinical Coordinating Center for this new NIH-funded stroke network, and if they were awarded that grant, we would serve as a central IRB. So that is why I traveled many hours from the University of Cincinnati to be here for this session today, and it has been an interesting journey. There's probably some people in the room that have more experience than me doing this, but hopefully we can all learn from this presentation and discussion afterwards. So, you know, coming from the University of Cincinnati's experience with central IRBs, which I think is similar to all the other IRBs in the room, there are many sides to this issue. We have various types of agreements. I'm not quite tall enough to see my slides here either, so I may need a box to stand on. You know, there's the collaborative review agreements, where you're going to agree to maybe serve as the IRB of record, maybe not. We have a Ohio Collaborative in the state of Ohio. We have a local one in Cincinnati. We do have reliance agreements through these. And then there's, I'm doing some work now with Todd and Emily on IRB Share, IRB Choice. IRB Choice maybe should move down to the next section. And then there are true reliance agreements where you are pretty much giving up all your IRB review responsibilities to another board. And the NCI is one many people use. NeuroNext is near and dear to my heart because it's pretty much what we've based StrokeNet on. Pearl O'Rourke has been very helpful in having us set up StrokeNet in Cincinnati. And then there's the independent commercial IRBs that most of us now are interacting with also. And then I think many IRBs are serving as central IRB. Thank you. Yeah, good. Thank you. Serving as a central IRB in one capacity or another. It may not be as formal as StrokeNet or NeuroNext, but you have an investigator that comes to you and has a grant and wants your IRB to serve as a central IRB, and we've taken those on also. So they all have different procedures, different agreements, different mechanisms of making them work, and that's one of the difficulties with, from the IRB side, trying to perform all of these types of review processes with different procedures involved. I think it's important for those of you that are not in the IRB world every day to make sure that you understand the difference between the IRB and then the actual people who do the work. And the IRB is mandated by the regulations, and we perform all the required regulatory determinations. I think it's also important to remind everyone what Eric pointed out, and we're really here also, we need to make sure that we're applying the principles of the Belmont Report and minimizing risk to subjects and not forget that part of it while we get into more of the nuts and bolts of the IRB review. But the board is really a small part of the overall process. There are many different terms people use, IRB office, human research protection programs, but the people who actually administer the protocols that are coming in for the IRB to review, and that's where a lot of the work is done. And this is just examples of some of the things that are done by those people. And when you talk about, and Todd pointed this out also, I mean, when you talk about then seeding to a single IRB, a lot of these, or at least some of them, don't go away. There's usually some type of local submission. There's some types of administrative reviews. You get into the ancillary reviews like biosafety or radiation safety. Now, you know, you're not sending it to the board. You're not sending it to board members, so that's lowering some of the burden. There's not as much communications, and you're not doing the approvals. So, you know, some of those things do go away, but some of them stay there. And developing a method for handling them is something that really is difficult to do for IRB offices, because it's not something we do on a regular basis. It's something different, and when you do something different, it makes it much harder. I brought this up as it may not be the greatest terminology, but to talk about large network studies such as StrokeNet, such as NeuroNext, versus your investigator, your local investigator that comes to you and wants you to set up a central IRB to oversee their NIH-funded multi-site study. So the network studies, Pearl calls them the Cadillac IRBs. I'm lucky enough to be part lucky, maybe not the right word, but we do have one of the Cadillac IRBs at the University of Cincinnati. There's funding support. When they put in the proposal for the NCC, there was FTEs included for IRB staff, so there was funding support. And then there's a large infrastructure. Just to give you an idea, you know, we're part of this whole network. We're actually that's involved in developing the protocols. We're included in that early development, which helps identify potential problems down the road. So there's a lot of support involved. It's an expensive proposal, but it is something that gives you a lot of infrastructure in terms of administering and running this central IRB. The IRB itself, we have a full-time liaison that's funded through the grant, and that person does all the interactions with the various parties involved. We have a data coordinating center at the Medical University of South Carolina. The regional coordinating centers, as Eric mentioned, the 25 regional coordinating centers also have relationships with the actual research sites. So, you know, this is a network that really is designed to support a collaborative review process, and it is different than when you have this investigator come to you. I mean, is there funding support? Now, Todd did point out that now people are including funding in their grant proposals, but that wasn't happening in the past, and then sometimes it was prohibited, right? Because you were already getting overhead to run your IRBs, and so you weren't allowed to charge for your IRB on NIH-funded studies. Infrastructure support, is there a data coordinating center? Is there not? Is it, as Todd pointed out, the investigator taking this on with their coordinator? And we know how that might go. So these types of studies are ones I think that are really going to be tough for the IRBs to deal with. The network-funded studies, and there's more of them now, I think PEDAL and some of those, but those, and I think those have a purpose. You know, one of the reasons for the NPRM and the changes to the common rule is to improve efficiency and improve costs. And this is just some work that we've done now, because as part of the central IRB, we've had to try to develop actual budgets, and budgets that people could include in their grants that they're submitting through the network in order to cover IRB costs. So these are just personnel hours, and they're rough estimates, they're hand-waving, but we sat down and talked about the different processes that are involved in getting a protocol to go through the IRB. So, for a CIRB, and we use a lead site and child site, so the lead site is the principal investigator. They submit the protocol to us, we review it. There may be a webinar involved with all of the sites, so it's a fairly involved review. And when we kind of estimated the number of hours that were involved, and this includes staff hours, chair hours, board member hours, so it's all lumped together. But it's significantly more, 54 hours versus, for an individual investigator that submits their protocol to the UCIRB, the initial review we thought was somewhere around 20 hours. Now, the child sites, once we approve the lead site, child sites are then approved through an amendment process, and that's obviously shorter as opposed to, and then for the columns don't quite line up, but the CIRB column under the UC IRB HRPP would be the amount of time we spend on a study that is being sent to a central IRB. So we estimate there's about 4 hours of administrative time reviewing that study, getting it ready to go to a central IRB. So really looking at that, you're not saving a whole lot of time. I have a next slide that transfers this into dollars that some people may be more interested. Continuing review, you probably start to save some time. There's a lead site. It's going to take quite a while to go through all of those, the review of the continuing review for the lead site. The child site's less, UC protocol. Now, the zero under the CIRB, once you send it away, some sites do that, some sites don't. Some sites still want to see continuing review. So this is a fully seated model where you're not spending any time on it, but that may or may not be the case for some studies. So we transferred this into dollars. Again, this is a rough estimate, but we figured, and this is just personnel costs. So this isn't keeping the lights on or the office heated or overhead or any of that stuff. This is just our labor cost, and we develop and base this on the different people that would be touching it. But our basic cost for labor is about $3,000 for the lead site, and a UC protocol is about $1,000. Now, I don't want this to leave the room because I think we actually charge people quite a bit more than that, but that's because we've got to have the lights on and all that. But just to give you an idea, to review that lead site, it does take more time, costs more money. The child site reviews are less, and this is directly related back to the hours we spend on that. So, looking at this, you're not seeing a lot of real benefit in time or money, but I think as you start adding sites, then you start seeing a benefit. So the bold numbers would be the cost comparing what it would be for the initial review, continuing review for 10 sites at year one. So you've got a little bit of a savings at year one, and this is really, this is probably NIH saving. This isn't so much IRB saving money, but then as you move out, so now you've got year 6 with 10 sites. You're seeing almost a savings of half or so, not quite here. Now with StrokeNet, we have hundreds of sites in these studies. So when you start getting there, then you start really seeing some cost savings in terms of using a single IRB model at year 1 and then going out to year 6 on these studies. I had fun on the plane with my Excel spreadsheet coming up with these things, so if anybody really wants to see it, I could try to show it to you. But it's a rough estimate, and I do think CIRB review of multi-site studies supported by these large networks will improve the efficiency. It'll reduce the costs, and it should reduce the regulatory burden on the relying IRBs. These networks are set up. They have good support. Hopefully we have good relationships with the IRBs we're reviewing for. So I think those types of central IRBs will improve the process. Now, the benefits of CIRB review for these investigator-initiated studies, I'm not sure. We've done some. They're much more labor intensive. We're definitely not covering costs. So I think that's one of the big question marks. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you to all of the panelists who presented. I think we have about 15, maybe 20 minutes, if there are any questions for any of the panelists. For those of you who are watching by webcast, we have a little bit of delay between the time you send it and us receiving it, so we'll try to give you some time. But first, are there any questions from the audience members here? If not, then I have some, maybe I could ask some folks on the panel other questions, but let me just first see if there are any interested people. So just as a reminder, for those of you who are interested in speaking, you're in the room, please go to a microphone, and again, you can email your comments or questions to commonrule2015@ctsac4.org, or tweet your questions. I presume someone is monitoring Twitter, which is @commonrule2015, or maybe we'll read your excited comments at #AskNPRM. So with that, please, question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Beckus. I'm a patient in clinical trials and have been so for a few years. I have a question, is it Dr. Rice or, sorry. I have a question regarding if you're going to start charging for the investigative fees that were not originally in it, so therefore are you also, the money that we're saving is not going to be saved because you're going to start charging for it?
Yeah, it'll eat up some of the money that's saved. The efficiencies, as Mike kind of showed you, we won't charge $50,000 or $100,000. But we've found that when we ask our IRB to be the lead IRB, oftentimes they will say, this is going to require considerable more work from us, and we need something back from that. And so that's the charge that we're putting in our funding requests, is charge for a lead IRB to act as the lead IRB for all of the other IRBs. And it's somewhat novel and somewhat new, and at least currently for the NIH, for example, they haven't pushed back on us saying this should be in your overhead. I think they realize that our overhead, I'm at Vanderbilt, and our overhead for an IRB at Vanderbilt, for example, doesn't cover our IRB being the IRB for, a California school or for something like that, which is what I'm proposing to do in those things. We won't eat up all of the efficiency, though. There'll still be some reduction in cost by using it as a central IRB.
Can somebody light my mic? Thank you. So Todd and I were part of a working group that wrote a paper on streamlining research oversight for pragmatic clinical trials, and we were looking at the current model and the current staffing, because some of these, and we were calling them actually Uber IRBs, if it was a study that involves 60 or more sites. Not every IRB is equipped to handle that, but really it was the shift in understanding that we needed more FTEs and more support. So how do we get from where we are today to that? Is it the NIH building this into its budget, or how do we make that shift to pave the road?
I think it's building it into budget someplace, but part of the problem, at least at our institution right now, is I can't tell you what that costs because it varies depending on the study. And as Mike's example, the Cadillac model, it's built into a coordinating center, and coordinating centers in general are pretty good at doing this sort of stuff, and so they get this relationship with the IRB and the coordinating center. If you try and do this with a local PI without a coordinating center, the IRB takes on a lot more work because the local PI who's acting as the lead PI doesn't know what they need to do, and the IRB then does a lot of that because they don't have the coordinating center function. So it varies a little bit by study, and I think we're still trying to figure out exactly, it's this much if it's this model, it's this much if it's this model.
It might be actually a gap in the patient group side of things. So a lot of patient groups are actually putting into contracts a requirement that for patient group funding now in research that you do have to use single IRB. But I'm not sure we've had enough information to know that you need to accommodate for that in budgets and planning.
Yeah, it's kind of an evolving way of trying to develop the infrastructure to do it.
Mike?
So the first few studies that have come through StrokeNet did not include budgets for IRB review. And the NIH made that determination because of the money that they put into setting up the central IRB and the FTEs that were there at the beginning. But now, as new studies start making it through the StrokeNet process, and that includes being funded. So just because you're in StrokeNet doesn't mean you're going to do the study. It still has to go through the NIH peer review process. But the NINDS has supported including the budget in those applications, and that's where some of those numbers I came up with were. They asked us to develop a true cost, and you know, we did the best we could. But we've now included those numbers in a couple of grant budgets.
Many IRBs are starting to develop almost like a price list, a cost list for these sorts of things, and our investigational pharmacy has a grid, an Excel grid that they ask you a bunch of questions. It's yes, no, does it do this, do we have to blind, do we have to do this, yes, no, and you get points, and then at the bottom, based off your points, you get a charge as to how much the pharmacy is. And IRBs are starting to develop that similar sort of cost list. So you can imagine it would say, you know, how many sites, is it greater than minimal risk, is there a coordinating center, you know, and from those they start developing points and a cost process.
Then after we developed those budgets, I went and got the Belmont report out again and read it, just to remind myself why I'm really there, and I'm not really running a small business, but.
Cindy.
Hi, this is Cindy Gates, again from UC Davis. I'm the IRB director there. I do have many years of experience at a central IRB, including I was over operations and the regulatory section at the largest central IRB. So I have run clinical trials with 200 sites as far as the IRB side before, and so I understand the administrative burden on it. And in my opinion, I think the usefulness of the central IRB is to oversee the science and the general ethics of the research. And a scientific review needs to be done by the most qualified, knowledgeable individuals. And a central IRB, the independent ones right now, do not necessarily have that. The institutional IRBs do have that. And I think it's a really good thing to have one group of people with this knowledge look at the science and the ethics of this. But then when you get down to the local context and getting out the notifications and reviewing all the reports and everything, it just seems ludicrous to set that up at every time there's this new grant and put this in the funding. And then, you know, for networks like the Stroke Network and things like that, it's good because that will be an ongoing thing. But for other studies, that just doesn't seem a very good use of government funds or institutional funds. At the same time, the institution is really going to still have to do some sort of local review. There is local law. Now, one of my jobs at the Central IRB was to keep a database of all the state laws in different territories and things like that. That was just unimaginable to do that. And do you really depend on the local institutions when they're just hospitals or things like that to give you that local law? They probably do not know. And now the IRB will be responsible for knowing that. I know like New Jersey, New York, Florida, California have some really wild statutes and stuff that apply to research, and it's very difficult to manage. I am not going to trust an IRB in a different state to implement that and make sure that we're compliant with it. We're going to be looking at it. I want to know what's going on at my institution, and I want to make sure that it's compliant in every respect and that it meets the ethical considerations at my institution and the goals of my institution. So it really seems like this requirement for central IRB is a little bit premature. Well, one more reason. Right now, FDA guidance states, and this guidance was updated in 2014, which makes me assume this is what the FDA thinks right now. But FDA guidance states that communications between the IRB and the PI are direct. The PI reports to the IRB, the IRB notifies the PI direct. And I know a lot of the central IRB models are not complying with that. And I don't know, FDA won't respond to it. And so I don't know how we comply with this guidance. In the FDA inspection manual, it states when they come and inspect an investigator or the IRB, they want to see these direct communications.
So is OHRP on the line? Did we get them back? No.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
because-
but
yeah.
this is part of it. So this is premature, unless maybe the rule could be revised so that you have this central review for the science and the general ethics, and then you have this local, flexible, expedited type review for local context. And I think both should be funded. And I think the notifications can go out by still the local IRB.
Maybe Tom could.
And maybe it's a choice on each study. Do you have the local IRB or not, based on, the type of research too? But I think that it's not a be-all, end-all to have just a central IRB.
Thanks. Looks like we have another comment in the room. We still have about 5 minutes in the session.
Yeah,
Susan.
I think my comments, I think everything I say is probably me and not my school, but I am the University of Southern California person.
Could you speak up just a bit, please?
Pardon?
Could we either turn up her volume? I'm having a hard time hearing her. Thank
I'm
you.
loud. If
There
you
you go.
turn it up at all. First of all, I want to say the folks who are listening online or tweeting their way in are missing the polar temperatures in this room. So maybe in a way they're better off. I just wanted to add to my comments before something that was pretty obvious in what she just brought up. Harmonization is totally missing. I mean, they talk about it in the beginning and it doesn't happen. So we're still going to have to dance to two sets of drums. I don't know if that little metaphor or simile fit, but I have a comment. I thought the panel was wonderful. I appreciate your honesty. I mean, this isn't just a thank you, government, for doing this wonderful thing. This is really thoughtful analysis, and I think we all benefit from hearing that some of these easy things have a side that needs to be considered. The thing I would like to ask is the patient engagement role. A lot of institutions, we don't have anything named that, and I think a lot of us are aspirational
Right.
to have somebody like you. I would love to hear what your job is actually like on maybe a day in your life, 24 hours, or you could skip the non-work hours. But throw those in too. Just engagement, I assume, with real people, not just other kinds of organizations that care about patients, and maybe even sponsors. So I would love to hear what it's like and how you do these interactions.
Oh, boy. Okay, so I work on about 100 different things because I have a P in the title, which is patient, and so I get plugged into everything, and as things evolved, I think maybe not so much. So I work on systemic issues, which is improving the quality and efficiency of research, and that's by bringing the patient voice in, because we do care about issues such as, I'm going to say single IRB of record instead of central IRB, but we're very focused on that. We also try to bring through PCORNet, Duke has the coordinating center for the PCORNet, and so we work actively to incorporate the patient voice in design, conduct, oversight, and dissemination. All of that can require a number of things. So we might have on the scientific operations side, we might have PhD scientists or chief scientific officers from patient advocacy groups, but we might also have people that have never been exposed to research. I call them clinic conversions, and I was a clinic conversion a number of years ago now, where my doctor basically, I was in a clinical trial that I was dissatisfied with, and I reached out and said, I don't think that went quite the way it should have. There was no study, no patient voice in the design of the study, and it failed. And he said, you're right, so come help us improve that. So we try to think about how can we take people that are just now hearing about research, educating them to participate in the process. And this is, this whole world, and even this subject, the fact that I'm sitting here talking about streamlining IRBs, I never meant to be involved in this, but we have to start employing some practices that improve research, and I think patients can be really important voices in reminding us the urgency of research and our responsibility and what we got into this. What was, ethical review supposed to be about? And it was supposed to be about people, and I think that gets often lost in the contracting and the bureaucracy and institutional protections. And so if you want to talk a little bit more about how to set up a patient engagement program at your institution or your CTSA, I can do that offline. But I think the patient voice, we are including, the patient voice more and more in these activities, and it's all of our responsibilities to help patients understand the importance they play in these policy issues at large.
Great. Well, I don't think we could end on a better note. There's a question though. I think it's a question before we maybe one
From the world.
one question.
I am not seeing one, if there's a question here.
The world is silent.
Spaceship has landed.
Okay. What would you like us to do? Oh, wait 1 second. There's a 30-second delay on our end as well.
I'm not, yeah. Can you guys just read it to us? It's not coming up here.
Spreadsheets if you want them. Then you can see how we really made up those.
We've been failed by
We did.
technology.
We went through and figured out each task, and how many hours it took, and who was doing it, and what we paid them. So,
Nice.
Okay, a question for Dr. Rice, and this came in over the web. To adverse event reporting to the IRB, while some studies employ a separate data safety monitoring board that is separate from the IRB of record, can the panel be more specific with regards to comparing and contrasting the role of an IRB vis-a-vis the data safety monitoring board?
Probably, but I have to think for a minute. So they have a little bit of an overlapping role. The Data Safety Monitoring Board monitors the study for the data that come in, obviously, and the safety of the study. So they will look at adverse events, but the IRB looks at them in a slightly different manner. So the IRB will look at adverse events to see if the consent form needs to be changed, if participants need to be notified. If an event meets certain criteria, the IRB will actually have to report it to either the FDA or the OHRP or both. And those are all kind of things that the Data Safety Monitoring Board doesn't have to take into consideration. So they have some overlap, and they certainly can work together in conjunction, but they have slightly different roles in reviewing adverse events and how they have to deal with them. Was that what the question was? Perfect.
yeah, and in the single IRB world, the DSMBs were able to look at the overall study. We would only be looking at the study at our site. Now with the central IRB, single IRB, the multi-site review, maybe that changes a little bit, but the idea was we never knew what was going on with the whole overall study. We only knew what was going on at our site, and the DSMB had access to all of the information.
Great.
And
well,
another question,
another one.
or I think it's more of a comment from the world. So, providing IRB review for large multi-site research will require substantial infrastructure that do not exist at many academic medical centers. Where it does exist, it has been the result of specific funding from the NIH, for example, NeuroNext. The only organizations that have the necessary infrastructure are the larger commercial IRBs. It is the expectation, is it the expectation from OHRP and NIH that the majority of reviews for large multi-site research will be performed in the future by these commercial entities? I don't know if Taunton can comment on that. Because OHRP isn't
I can can give
one.
you just my personal experience. When Dr. Broderick came to me to be the central IRB for StrokeNet, I said, well, have you considered using Schulman IRB? Schulman is in Cincinnati. It's a well-respected commercial IRB, and he indicated that the NIH was not interested in going in that direction.
Yeah, I can just say for NIH, that's not necessarily the direction that we would want to go. It's not necessarily attempting to try and prioritize use of commercial IRBs over any other.
Okay, well, I think for a very esoteric topic, I think everyone was on the same page, and it inspired a lot of thinking and questioning, which I think is what this panel and this session is all about. So thank you all for your attention to this, and I once again thank the panelists for joining us and for your attention. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving towards our lunch break here in California. So folks who are here on site, you will be able to pick up your lunch in the back of the room. There will also be light refreshments remaining in the room this afternoon. I'm supposed to remind you that there is a restroom. So I think, we've gone to great lengths to make sure you're comfortable today. Seriously, I think it's out the door to the back. Online folks, you're going to hear music until we get back, and it looks like we will resume at 12:05 with Dr. Susan Rose. So thank you, panelists, and let's enjoy some lunch. Okay, so thanks, everyone. Thank you for those of you who are in the room. We're going to go ahead and have a speaker over our working lunch. And for those of you who are still on the live stream, if you want to go ahead and tweet something to #AskNPRM and let us know that you're still out there. And I would also personally love to know what sector of the research community you are part of. If you feel comfortable tweeting whether you're a research participant, a member of the public who's interested in learning more about research, an investigator, or if you're working professionally in research, we'd love to know who is out there. So our lunch speaker today will be Dr. Susan Rose. She is the Executive Director of the Office for Protection of Research Subjects at the University of Southern California. Her initial goal of USC was to achieve, what is this, the OHRP accreditation?
Do not. Could I just be
Anyway, Susan is Susan.
Thank you.
You don't want me to read all of this because
No,
you were so
I hate
accomplished?
those.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I'm going to go away now, and Susan is going to speak to us.
Wait, tell me how to advance the slide.
About eliminating requirements for IRB review. And if you take this button, you're tall enough to see over the podium.
Yes.
And just push right there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for understanding that I can't live through all of that. Thank you. First of all, I think these meetings are a totally great idea. It is the public, and I just thought of it as the folks out there that we're not actually seeing are really who our peeps are in every possible way in terms of being in our studies, funding our studies. I mean, we're talking about a lot of public money being spent, so having the public have a chance to understand what we're doing, I think, is wonderful, and supporting this effort by being in studies. So I think this way of reaching out was really a nice thing to do with federal money, but a very nice thing to do. I just was a little worried after the morning sessions that I could be accused of being too lighthearted about this. I do think that if folks are involved who aren't IRB groupies like the rest of us, they need to hear this with a bit lighter touch. So I partly it's my style, I think. I also think is my words of overview, I think this should be all about protections and not about bureaucracy. So if you think of that when you hear something, who's benefiting? More bureaucracy, more IRB stuff, or is it actually protecting somebody? So I think that's what we thought the goal of the rule was, but I think that what you're hearing is there's some concern that it's growing a bureaucracy that doesn't need to be there. But overall, I think it's headed in the right direction. And I have the pleasure of talking about the ones that really are offloading the most things that have changed in the years since the regulations were approved to begin with. Okay, so this was the actual title of my talk, Eliminating Requirements for IRB Review, and I sort of thought of it as, I think Eric said this, that since the public should be, we hope, out there and listening, that maybe speaking about it in a way that's a little less formal and not as detailed would be the way to handle this. And I am a blabbermouth, so Emily, would you do a timeout when it's, okay. Nothing physical, just, okay. It's not my first time, but I like this slide. I'm going to talk in the next few minutes about exclusions, which you heard about this morning once. Everything you're going to hear from me you've heard before today, except maybe the not human subjects part. I carved that out, but those are the topics that were assigned. So my whole theme is looking behind the actual written NPRM and seeing what's really there. So the first one that I'm going to talk about are exclusions, and that's one that I think is really positive. It provides a new category, certain kinds of research that are deemed not to be research and have protections provided by other things will be eliminated from research, from IRB review. There is a list, which you saw before, of activities that are just deemed not research, activities that are low risk and subject to independent controls, and research and activities for non-research purposes. So this, and we used the activities as not equal to research here. So certain internal program improvement activities. I won't repeat these things because you did hear them today, but I think there are different groups out there with different interests that are addressing the NPRM super, I guess I could say the word anal, super anally, and interpreting some of these word by word and either like or not like. I actually heard one discussion about number 2, the oral history journalism one, that they shouldn't broaden it by listing all those activities without saying that they need to be minimal risk. So I think you could take issue with anything, but I think the intent of this one was really not to waste everybody's time, and not, certainly these are activities that are protected by other things or don't need protection. So the consequences are that some activities still remain outside the scope of the rule. So some folks are concerned that there are things that are not going to be excluded officially, but are out there and maybe we should worry about them. This exclusions allow the investigators greater latitude in performing certain research activities without administrative IRB review, which they do get now, and introduces a new term without really defining it called low risk. And that's a problem for all of us, I think, what's actually meant by that. So I think the research community, and we certainly hope the public as well, thinks that these are useful because they allow time to be spent on things that need to be reviewed. And I think a lot of IRBs, ours included, review things because they're afraid not to. Not because they add something, but because they're afraid not to review them. The documentation is an issue here. Some people think, or some groups think, documentation should be required if you determine what you're doing is an exclusion. So let me just give you an example. I don't think there should be documentation because then in a way you're starting the whole process again. We have nurses who are doing quality improvement things as part of their bedside care, or maybe even writing a paper on what they're doing, or even getting a degree out of, changing the soap or doing something that's a bedside thing that it has been brought to our IRB's attention that the nurses are doing quality improvement, quality assurance that should be coming to the IRB. So some of this is maybe an open dialogue, but I think I personally don't think there's going to be a lot of folks declaring their work excluded when it shouldn't be. I think the rules are pretty definitive. So there are some groups that think that there needs to be more decisive stuff on what exactly gets excluded. Oh, please laugh at some of these. Thank you. That's how I felt getting out of the shower this morning. No one was in there, but when I have to look in the mirror, I always get that reaction. Turn the lights off. Exemptions. So there are additional categories of exemptions that were created to accommodate changes in the scientific landscape and to better calibrate the risk of review to the level of risk. We have that all the time. Folks that are doing studies in the business school or seeing marketing studies, what entices people? They use pretend money. There are studies, task ones, where you have to jump or move from one mat to another. We couldn't figure out exemption categories, so we had to expedite those studies. To me, it was so embarrassing to have to expedite a study that had no risk whatsoever. In most cases, it was a stupid study to begin with, but So we created a flexibility coalition, which I'm not going to advertise here much, but just if it wasn't federally funded and met certain conditions, we created some exemption categories that did fit the real world. But now the NPRM seems to realize that some of these things are no risk, literally, and should be exempt. So I think we're pretty happy with this one. These are the categories, and I think you've heard those today already, so I will not go through them again, but I think they're really an improvement, and they do meet more closely what's happening in the real world than what used to be when in 1991 when the regs were first developed. Here's the rub with this one, that there's going to be designed by the federal government a decision tool that will make the determination whether or not it is an exemption. So it's not provided. It's currently a myth at this point. I think even the speaker, the insider, mentioned that there have been attempts that failed, that it really does need a human to decide whether or not it is exempt. So I think that's one of the things to be developed, and I think there's some question about whether or not it can be developed. The whole overall thing with exemptions is headed in the right direction. One of the things that I think people need to think about in all of these is the documentation that's required nonetheless. So there's minimal record keeping here, there's no auditing, but there will be some check to see if the documentation has occurred, and the decision tool results will be adequate. So this means not that the person submitting has the documentation, the minimal documentation, but the IRB would have that to show that the exemption was correct. And the decision tool, one of the other discussions is, should or could the decision tool be done by the investigators? Currently, we don't have investigators exempting themselves. And I think that one is, even if it was the department or some other function, having the investigator self-exempt, I think all of our investigators would like everything they do to be exempt. So I think till that culture is changed, that's one of the things where there still should be some person other than the PI. This one I truly love. It just takes a while to read it. Okay, so limited IRB review and broad consent are two things that are tied together. The broad consent part is a consent added on to a informed consent, a full informed consent that allows future use. So this one has a few questions. It will be mandatory questions, but it would mean that future use would be allowed for unspecified future research. The important change here is this would be for identifiable and de-identified future use. So the de-identified, use of de-identified samples and data right now is a wonderful thing. It's broadly used for many, many purposes, and evidently there's some concern that information or biospecimens that don't have identifiers can be identified anyhow. I don't know if there's a lot of data to support that, but that is the concern. So from now on, 3 years after the date of this particular rule becoming the reg, there will have to be, you can't use de-identified specimens or data without having this broad consent in the past. The broad consent will allow something called a limited IRB review. It would be for the future unspecified use. Someone does come up with a use, so it would have this limited IRB review. It would not have to have full IRB review. So these are things that are different and may or may not be more problematic than what we do now. The part of using de-identified specimens and having to go through this is new. So the limited IRB review and broad consent are both new things, and it's an attempt, I think, to make more palatable the fact that de-identified specimens would have to be handled as if they're identified. Okay, so I think that that sort of explains what I just said. The link between the broad consent and limited IRB review also has a link between the original consent and the broad consent. So the broad consent would be a space on the informed consent where the subject could say yes or no to future unspecified research. So what I said before about an algorithm, you have to start having a way to track your yeses and your nos. And, oh, does that say 5 minutes or stop now? Okay. Okay, so I think you've heard about that before. You've heard about that from me. The broad consent and limited IRB review are untested, so their impact is unclear. Using unidentified or de-identified samples, would this inhibit all the wonderful stuff that's done? I think I'm raising it as a question, but I think I know the answer. Consent for future use and the public acceptance or not acceptance of that, I think, is another important thing that we don't know. This one I don't think is funny. We left it in anyhow. Extending the application of the common rule to all clinical trials. That one is new. You heard about that earlier. It's trials that were not under the jurisdiction of others would now be under the jurisdiction of OHRP, and there are certain ones that aren't, and certain ones that the FDA ones wouldn't be under OHRP, but the issue here is it's still that same definition of clinical trial, which a question was raised earlier about that really the large grasp of this, and in many ways the ambiguity. We don't know, for example, what to do with the part about the health-related biomedical and behavioral outcomes. When studies are like that, it's a new thing for folks who are doing like preventive medicine and stuff, so at least at our site, we don't always know whether to throw them in or throw them out. I don't think this definition, which is the new definition, the new NIH definition, really helps you decide what at your institution that you didn't review before you do have to. Just as a little paranoia. I think we're all worried about our interpretation of these rules. So you think you're following them, and then you find out through some compliance thing that there was someone behind the shower curtain. This one, these slides will be online, but this one we thought was important. We now, if it's not about whom, we don't review it. If someone's doing a policy study that, does garbage get picked up less often in your perception in Chinatown than it does, the folks who live in a different part of LA. We do not review things like that. How many tech folks work at your institution versus another institution? If it's not about whom, we don't review it. The changing the definition here is a really big deal, and people need to note that. It's now going to have biospecimens thrown in. So that's going to be a hooker that everyone has to deal with. The old definition will not work anymore. Used to be, if it's not human subjects or if it's not research, it doesn't qualify. That one's gone. Okay, I'm racing to the end. This one I think people need to think about. This is the stuff that's mentioned very prominently that isn't yet provided. The exemption determination tool, which the exemption part that I like and relies heavily on that being created. A consent template for broad future use, what I said about the broad consent, that's going to be provided. A list of activities eligible, this one wasn't mine, but I think it's important. List of activities eligible for expedited review is mentioned but not provided, and it would be a finite list issued every 8 years by the Secretary of HHS. In a way, you could just define the risk level and have everything that fits that be excluded. Let me just give an example quickly. A lot of sites don't review DEXA scans under the current definition. A lot do. So there's a variable amount of things that sites think need to be reviewed as they think it's greater than minimal risk, other places don't. This list will be a prescription. If it's something on the list, you can expedite. If it's not, not. So there's questions in the NPRM about the frequency and what should be on it, but currently it would be a list every 8 years, and when new scientific things come up, that does seem like quite a long time. The next one I think is huge. What I'd like people to keep in mind is costs and unintended consequences. If you had to change your data security system in any way from the one that you've spent a fortune on at your institution to meet some other standard, that might be something that you weren't counting on. So that needs to be thought about. And then the cost of changes. This one I dread because we just got reaccredited and went through redoing everything. The cost and the work involved in changing your whole IRB submission system, changing all your forms, satisfying new data security standards, and updating all your policies. I don't think these are drivers to not do some things. I just think you need to realize those are going to be part of this whole deal. I didn't remember that one. That is certainly not me. So I hope there are no questions. My fervent hope. And the next one.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So does anybody have a question for Dr. Rose? No? I have a comment. I have a comment on, this has been coming from the Twitter community, your slide about non-human subject versus human subject. We've actually had quite a bit of uproar from the participant community and even changing the language and not calling us subjects and calling us research volunteers or participants. So hopefully people will be writing in comments about that.
They want us to be participants.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, somebody's coming to the microphone.
This is the right place to talk about it with you necessarily, but getting right down into the, working of this situation, I'm thinking about the informed consent and the broad consent, and there are many studies that are NIH funded, and they'd be into this central IRB and everything. And as soon as they have these biospecimen additions, are we going to make them do another consent for that piece, or are we going to say that the full informed consent covers the broad consent by what the government wants for the biospecimen?
That's a good question.
So,
I think that's an excellent.
That's huge, right there.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think that question should be submitted because I don't think anybody here could answer that the way things are.
Hey, Susan, would you mind going back to the podium?
Why?
I don't know. I was just instructed to, because they can see you better.
Oh,
Sorry.
So I'm standing up now to embarrass myself and say I can't answer that, and I don't know who could.
Here's
But if
Taunton
anyone-
standing right here. Can you answer that?
Oh, yay, go for it.
So was the first part of your question just that if the study had already begun before the effective date of the change? I missed that part, which was, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean at all. I mean, we're rolling along and we run into a consent where somebody's going to need biospecimens for what they're doing for unspecified reasons. And as an IRB, we're stuck with, oh, well, does this mean they need this governmental broad consent for this piece? Is it something small enough to put right into the consent when you're talking about, in addition, for your confidentiality, your biospecimens, whether they're identified or not, will be kept indefinitely. Can we put it right into the consent? So I see this parallel going, clinical trials improvements and this whole biospecimen, but they go together a lot.
Interesting.
So that's all I'm saying.
Well, I think ideally, the broad consent would be obtained at the beginning in the clinical trial with the specific consent. Because the idea would be that you would sort of have that broad consent at the beginning for any kind of, specimens or data that you might collect. Yeah. Right. I think the one clarification I would have to that is just that they would probably be separate. So you would have your consent for the clinical trial, and then you would have a separate consent for broad consent for any of the specimens or data collected during the course of that clinical trial.
Right now, it's very common to have that in a consent where you just say, do you agree to have your specimen used for future studies, yes or no? And then you take that tissue and you mark it somehow in your system that they said yes or they said no. So having HHS create this new thing that we don't see, do you paste it in, do you attach it? I mean, in California, there are truly even asinine rules about separate we've interpreted as a few spaces on a page, or separate could be another sheet. So I think that, I don't think it's answerable, what she's asking, but I think it's a good question. And in a sense, why isn't the way we're doing it now adequate? Why do you have to interrogate the person according to a template? Maybe you could answer that. Why are they going that route?
Well, I think the level of specificity for whether there has to be two forms or one that is combined, that isn't really addressed in the NPRM per se. So if that's something that you feel strongly about whether there should be kind of one direction or another with it, I would encourage you to submit a comment on it. In terms of why there needs to be this degree of, so broad consent is allowed currently, but typically it occurs in a context where consent is not required, because oftentimes the specimens are de-identified or the data is de-identified. So what's happening now for the first time is that broad consent will be regulated. There's requirements for what broad consent should look like. And I think part of the rationale for explicitly describing what broad consent should look like is because we now have a requirement to obtain consent. So if there's a lot more specimens and data that are going to have to require consent for their use, then probably there should be some requirements on what that consent should look like.
If you're doing a regular informed consent and having the clause in it that would be easy to add, I agree, now that we could call it unfuture specified research, I agree to allow my sample or data to be used for unspecified research, yes or no, intellectually seems to me as an easy way to do it and solves the same problem. No means no. The yes means yes is another campus issue, which is totally separate, but the no means no. So, I mean, that one, what you said is what their logic is, but I still don't understand why it can't be done the easy way. What's different?
Right, so there are quite a few elements of broad consent that are required in the rule. If you think that that's going beyond what's required in those cases, then I would definitely encourage anybody who feels that way to submit a comment. But I actually just wanted to make a couple of sort of very minor clarifications here, just so we're all on the same page. And one is just that the broad consent would not actually be required for the use of de-identified information. So it's only for identifiable and non-identifiable biospecimens, and for identifiable information. So in most cases, de-identified information is outside the rule now, and it will, for the most part, remain outside the rule. There are a couple of little differences to that, and there's more areas where notice is required and things, but it's not covered by the broad consent.
No, what he just said was really important in terms of the difference between information and biospecimens, that there is some question about that carried through the whole NPRM, whether it applies to when and if it applies to information and biospecimens. So that correction was helpful, thank you. But I still have a question about if you say yes to unspecified future research, that could also mean that your specimen is going to be de-identified and used for future research. So in a sense, the de-identified stuff could be tagged back to that broad consent without any other paperwork being required. So to me, it's useful for future identifiable and de-identified, and then you've met the correct definition of human subject as well. So does that one give you heartburn for any reason? I mean, I think it's still both in there.
That's right. You can get broad consent for the use of both non-identifiable and identifiable biospecimens. And there is actually, I guess I should point out, there is actually one additional element that has been added to the specific consent element. So for the most part, those are all the same, but there's now one additional element at the end. And this would say, so for somebody entering a specific study, and you have to include one of two statements in it. And the first would be a statement that your information that is collected in that study may be de-identified and shared broadly, or a statement that the information that is collected in that study will not be de-identified and shared broadly.
Interesting. Don't go away from the microphone. We have a question from the Twitter sphere, and so Susan, I don't know if it's for you or Taunton, if maybe you can help as well. So we have, do new exemption categories take deception into account? How will participant autonomy be protected without oversight?
Will you take that one?
Yes, there is a new exemption category. It's the one that involves benign interventions. It does allow the use of deception research, provided that what they call a prospective agreement is given by the participant first for their involvement in that deception research. It does not say what the prospective agreement should consist of. It does not have to meet the required elements of informed consent or broad consent. But yes, that is now an exempt category of research.
So they didn't forget deception, but I do think a lot of researchers have huge concerns about how you get straight data when you say to somebody, you're agreeing to be in a research where we're not going to really tell you what's going on. So I think the social science community, if they're awake, will definitely react to that one. And I'm not sure anyone understands it, what that word means, what would they be agreeing to actually? Do you have any idea what's behind the word?
I think there's very little discussion of it in the NPRM. So really, I mean, this is something that people could offer suggestions on what they think that prospective agreement should consist of. I wouldn't really want to speculate on what it would consist of in the absence of that, but.
They could also write in and say maybe eliminate that. That might be useful.
Okay, so Samir from the Twitter sphere, that goes out to you. Please log on and make sure that you submit your comments to the docket on that, and maybe you can help us shape that area of the common rule. Okay, so join me in thanking Dr. Susan Rose for her presentation. So our next presentation is on changes to the requirements for IRB review. I am welcoming Cynthia Gates to the stage. Ms. Gates actually graduated magna cum laude from Seattle University School of Law in 2001. Prior to law school, she was a registered nurse and worked in many areas of nursing. She's also served in the U.S. Air Force Reserve Nurse Corps. She joined Western IRB in 2002, where she served as Vice President of Operations, Regulatory, and Consulting, and she joined UC Davis IRB Administration in 2013, and she is currently the IRB Director there.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for putting up with all my comments so far today. And it's really been, we've got a lot of new information. In fact, a lot of my slides have already been covered, and I'm going to kind of go through those really quickly. But here was what I was assigned to talk about. And some of it's good, and some of it's better, and some of it is problematic in my view. But my goal is to give everyone and the listeners the issues maybe they need to be thinking about with these changes. So a really good thing is part of the NPRM is what happens right now is the IRB is supposed to conduct continuing review of all research that's included in the rule. And we do that at least once a year, but according to the level of risk. And under the new rule, it's no longer required for research that fits under an expedited category, or the research that is just in data analysis, or they're only accessing data follow-up standard of care procedures. And so it will reduce the burden of IRBs to conduct continuing review. If an IRB conducts continuing review that is not required, though, they've got to document it, and they've got to maintain the documentation, just like you maintain documentation of minutes. And then this other thing, you have to receive annual confirmation that the research is ongoing and no changes have been made that would require the IRB to conduct continuing review and maintain that documentation. So we don't have to conduct continuing review anymore, but if we do, we have to document the reason why and maintain that documentation. I just don't understand that. I think we should be free to do it if we want to and not have to tell the world why we did it. And then as far as the annual confirmation, if we're going to do this annual confirmation, what are we going to ask besides those two questions? Is there anything else that we'd want to know? And if it's already minimal risk and everything, what value is this confirmation? I mean, is it something that really should be done? And so think about that and maybe consider your response as something you might want to send to the group on this. So one question they ask us is, does continuing review of minimal risk research add value? And for a long time, I thought it hasn't. In fact, in my institution, if it's not federally funded and it's expeditable, we do it every 3 years. We don't do it every 1 year. And even that, really, I don't see that it adds value. And I'm a big Lean Six Sigma believer, so this is a good thing for me. You will have to revise your SOPs. You've got to figure out a way not to have expiration dates. What if your electronic system just does it? You're going to have to think about that. You don't want this extra burden because things are expiring. And then again, what information will you obtain with confirmation? And really, again, what value is that? And how are you going to maintain this documentation they require? And will there be some process you go through before you do a review on this? Does you have to get permission somewhere within your organization to do it? Or, how are you going to track all that? You've got to figure this out if this is going to go live. The next one is a pretty good one too. Assumption that research meeting the expeditable review requirements involves only minimal risk. Right now, when you do an expedited review, you have to figure out first that it's minimal risk or not. And if it is minimal risk, then you look at the categories that has been published, and you then decide if it fits within one of the categories. And now this process is going to be streamlined. you're going to assume it's minimal risk if it fits in one of the categories. So now you're going to look at the category, and then if it fits, then you assume that it's minimal risk. And, I've used the categories quite a few times, and I believe that research fitting under them, of the categories are minimal risk. But you have to document the rationale for considering it not minimal risk. If you're not going to conduct the expedited review now and you think what you're doing, even though it fits into the expeditable category, then you have to report it if you go ahead and do a full committee review instead of expedited review. And you don't have to report it, you have to maintain the documentation. Why? I don't really know. And then, again, it's something you're going to have to think about how you're going to do that at your institution. You'll have to change your SOPs to accommodate this. Your checklist and things like that might have to be changed somewhat. And then again, should there be some sort of internal process that goes on before a reviewer says, hey, this isn't minimal risk, I'm going to send it to full board? Should there be some sort of oversight of that within your institution to avoid these reports? The next thing is requirement for a published list of activities considered minimal risk. And this is another helpful thing. It's a good thing. So right now, we have this definition of minimal risks. And I know that a lot of people come to me or they go to each other and they describe what's happening. Is this minimal risk? Is this minimal risk? And it is very subjective. It's not objective. And with this new list, the secretary's supposed to create this list, and then it'll be a little bit more objective. If you can't find your activity on that list, at least you know kind of what similar activities would be. And so I think this is a great thing. One issue I have is that if you look back in the regulations, this list of expedited review categories was supposed to be updated pretty frequently, and it hasn't. And so will this list really be updated? And that's a question I have. I don't know if our government, or HHS, has the resources to continuously update that list and go through the process and the comment, all that kind of stuff. So that is a question I have. The definition of minimal risk is not changing. It's just the list of, the requirement for publishing that list is the only thing new with that. So how often will it be updated? Questions for comment. So this one actually has questions that the regulators are asking us. And one is, how often should that list be updated? Should they solicit advice before they update it? And then, will this be a useful tool? Or does it mean that we're losing our flexibility? I don't think it's really, only flexibility issue for me is that we have to report when we choose that decide it's not minimal risk, or not report, maintain a list, excuse me. But I think this is a really good thing, and I just think it does need to be looked at more frequently as conditions and stuff change. Okay, biospecimens. A lot of research is done with biospecimens. We are into the age right now of personalized or precision medicine based on genomics and, those kind of things. And the only way you can advance in that is with the use of biospecimens. For many years, the definition of human subject has excluded things or information that's not identifiable. And now they're going to include biospecimens even though they might be de-identified or completely anonymous. I think it was in 2008, OHRP issued draft guidance about coded specimens and even made it very clear that you could keep a link to the identity of the specimen as long as the researcher, him or herself, couldn't get hold of it. Then, that was still considered not human subject research. Well, under the NPRM, that has changed. So what effect will that really have on our ability to progress scientifically? And what are the risks? Or if you look at respect for persons from the Belmont report, what decision-making does that actually take away from the individual if we have to include this as human subject research and follow the rules for broad consent and all that? Does the balancing act, is this the balancing act, risk-benefit? Do we really need to add biospecimens to this rule? And that's just a question out there. So now what it does, the following category. This is added to the definition of human subject. Just obtains, uses, studies, or analyzing biospecimens is now human subject research, and it's included in the rule. Of course, they make it kind of exempt and not exempt and requiring a limited review and stuff. Here's the exclusion. The secondary use of non-identified biospecimens that is designed only to generate information about the individual that is already known. That's excluded from the rule. So if you're going to do like an assay study, it's under FDA jurisdiction, you can do an assay study with a specimen that you already have the diagnosis on, and you want to see if your assay works to give you that same diagnosis. You can do that without the broad consent. Of course, you'd have to do the limited review because the FDA, if it's under FDA jurisdiction, you'd have to do that. So there is, this exclusion there. The regulators are also asking for comment on this, and I don't think I listed this in the questions. They gave you two alternatives to all biospecimens or just biospecimens where they're going to do some genomic type research, or biospecimens that you're actually going to, that the research might lead to something that could identify the individual. And so those are some things to look at and think about. That was discussed earlier today. A proposed exemption is the storage or maintenance and secondary use of the biospecimens. But you have to make sure the protections in this other section are met, and then you have the requirements for broad consent and the limited IRB review. And I'll go into this a little bit more. Institutions must protect specimens and data by either following the HIPAA privacy security rule, or by, there's going to be another published list by HHS. There's going to be a lot of things published by HHS, and I just wonder how soon, how quickly, how updated that will happen. That's a concern I have based on history. The recipient of specimens, if you're going to, part of this Rule 105, you're going to either apply HIPAA or the HHS safeguards, and then your recipients have to agree to do the same thing under this. So this is also covering information. That really wasn't on my list, but it's a scary, scary thing for me, because do you, as an IRB or an institution, ever go check to see if your investigators are storing their information on a computer that meets the HIPAA security rule? Has anyone ever looked at all the provisions of the HIPAA security rule and all the determinations you have to make? It's pages and pages. I've done a lot of studying on it, and it's very complicated. So then you'll have this list from the secretary or the HIPAA privacy security and privacy rule, and you've got to make sure, or your investigator has to know somehow that they're supposed to follow this or maintain their data in this. And it says the IRB doesn't have to review to make sure they do it. It's just going to happen. Really? I mean, yeah, I mean, do you know, you got a funded study in the psychology department, and they're obtaining, or in the education department, and they're just, it's a survey research with this data, but it's federally funded. It doesn't include anything that anybody wouldn't want anyone to know, let's say, but it's identifiable. And just because it's identifiable, you've got to follow the HIPAA security rule or the HHS safeguards. I mean, that's ludicrous. But if it does include something that is maybe sensitive, who's going to check to make sure that they really have it on a computer system that meets that really high standard of the security rule, or whatever this list we haven't seen from HHS? And who has the resources to do that right now? I don't know. So informed consent. Previously, it wasn't human subject research if they were de-identified or anonymous. Now it is, and you have to get this broad consent. And broad consent has quite a few elements in it. We're not allowed to write it ourselves. We don't have
Turn this off because it's out of sync.
that ability. No, we've got to use this thing that developed by HHS that we haven't even seen. Now, what's the consent process, though? We've got this consent form. What is the consent process? Is it going to be like when someone goes to a physician, that they get the stack of documents where you give your consent for treatment, you tell them what your insurance is, and then you tell them that you will pay if the insurance doesn't pay, and you sign that, and then you sign this HIPAA notice of privacy practices rule that really doesn't mean anything, and then you just sign this other document that says, hey, we're going to use your specimens for whatever we want to use it for. And what if what they're signing right there too is the allowance to use their DNA and stick it into an animal to generate an organ to put in a human? Does this broad consent really even consider that? And is that ethical to do that? And is that a consent process? I don't mean included in the main consent form would be the better way to do it, where you go over page by page, and it's the person who's trained on the protocol to do it, you know, if it's going to be something so sensitive. And we're just ignoring things like that right now. And then again, with this consent process, I think it's more of a CYA than an actual consent, is the only way I can envision it. I'm cynical, maybe. So what if the broad consent's not drafted at the time? What if we don't like it? What if it's, if you've seen the examples, if anyone's read the guidance on exculpatory language and what you can say and can't say, the examples are not understandable. And that was what was written by HHS and FDA. So what is this broad consent going to look like? We want to see it before we sign on to it. And again, it could be that broad consent can cover any type of research. It's broad. What if there's ethical implications with the research? How are institutions going to track who have signed and who hasn't? Who has a system that can do that, and how many FTEs is that going to take? Has anyone costed that out yet? And then how will institutions track that consent expiration? You know, there's this 10-year thing. So that's something. Or when children reach the age of majority, how is the big flag going to come up and say, oh, you got to stop everything and get consent on that? You're going to have systems to do that. And then the waiver of consent. The IRB cannot waive this broad consent requirement unless new things are there, is that it really has to fit under the waiver for public health benefits. So it's very, very limited. There has to be compelling reasons to conduct the research, and of course it couldn't be conducted with specimens for which consent was already obtained. So there are some requirements there. It's very limited. So public comment is sought on the proposed differences between the criteria for waiving informed consent for the use of research biospecimens versus identifiable information. And public comment is sought on whether the proposal to permit an IRB to waive consent for research involving the use of biospecimens should even be included, if there should be any allowance for a waiver. And that's some questions that are, there's 88 questions, I believe, in the NPRM. Public comment is sought on the proposal to permit IRB to waive consent on the secondary use of biospecimens. So once you've got the biospecimens, the secondary use right now, you don't necessarily need consent if you've already got the broad consent. So you can pretty much do anything with it. Public comment is sought on whether the proposal to permit an IRB to waive consent for research involving, oh, again, I've already read that. Sorry about that. Limited review. Right now, limited review is not required for biospecimens. It's not human subject research. But under the changes, there's the IRB must determine that the broad consent requirements are satisfied. I mean, there's a form going to be written by the HHS. We tell them to use it. Why is that part of the review? I don't know. And then the biospecimens must be stored and maintained according to the provisions of 105 once they're being used or redistributed. We don't have to look at 105 when it's being stored at our institution. That's not, it says that's not a requirement of the IRB. But if it goes anywhere, then we have to make sure that it's stored in the right way. So again, what SOPs need to be revised or created? How are we going to do this limited review? It's going to be under an expedited review process. What about continuing review? It's a one-time review, and they say no continuing review on it, but do you have to write a report if you do continue review? I don't know. What training will you have to do with your IRB members and your investigators? I mean, the investigators, the training on the requirements of Section 105 are going to be monumental. I mean, it's going to be just a lot. How will the safeguards be maintained? I don't know. We have to track the breaches and stuff? I don't know. And how will the institution ensure that the safeguards are maintained? Because it will be an institutional responsibility. And luckily, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Actually, if you wouldn't mind standing up there, and all of our speakers, if you'll start getting ready to come to the stage, does anybody have specific questions for Cindy? Anyone? Is OHRP back on the line? I think I heard them. I think a couple times we had some things that came up. So after the comment period closes in December, that we had some issues to do work around who's establishing the list of minimal risk activities, or even some of this additional work on broad consent. So I was wondering, OHRP, if you can talk about, are there going to be future opportunities to work with stakeholders to develop the list through the Secretary's office, or provide additional comment, or is this it? Once we get to December 7th, that'll be it. Is there a 30-second delay? Should I sing the Jeopardy theme song?
Yeah.
They might be muted. Taunton, poor Taunton. Do you want to? Okay.
This is OHRP. Back on the line here. Let me just make sure we understood or heard the question correctly. Was the question whether they would be able to have an opportunity for public comment on the list of minimal risk activities that are eligible for expedited review? Is that specifically it? Or was it also having to do with the guidance that's referenced that would also be developed regarding activities that meet the definition of minimal risk, irrespective of whether they're expeditable?
There's several requirements in the NPRM for OHRP or to HHS to develop rule lists, the minimal risk lists, the expedited review category list, the new consent document, and I might be leaving some out. And so far, the categories for expedited review have never been revised, and they've been there for so many years. Will HHS be able to comply with that requirement, and will these things be updated as they need to be? Oh, it's the list for security, the list created under Section 105 for security measures was another one.
Right, yes. Okay, so it's really the whole compilation of things that we're committing to in the future that you're asking about.
Right,
and
yeah.
two things, I guess, whether we'll be actually able to develop them as would be necessary in order for there to be compliance or use of them, and whether there would be an opportunity for public comment. So,
Well,
sure.
this is Bray Patrick Lake. It's almost more than public comment. I think, so at PCORNet earlier this year, we had ethics experts, IRB experts, and representatives of the participant community doing work around minimal risk, and we were all in general disagreement. And so I'm just wondering if we need to have, a public workshop or something where, stakeholders can really actually debate the issues and come to consensus around what should be included.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, all of this is on the table. In the NPRM, we specifically identify those so-called deliverables, that we speak to but don't yet actually have in hand, and indicate whether, we're formally committing to seeking public comment in the development of those standards or not. For instance, the privacy standards that you just referenced are ones that we specifically said that we would seek public comment on. Same with the templates with regard to broad consent. But even beyond those, certainly I think we have an interest in having the public's input on both the determination of what ought to be considered minimal risk, be that for expedited review or more broadly, or various other pieces of this that would need to be developed in order for the rule to be implementable. Absolutely, I understand the point, Bray, about, wanting public comment and input even in the development of these things. And, certainly this is something that we're open to hearing, and please do make comments along those lines.
Thank you. So before we move on to our closing session, which Cindy, you'll be part of that, does anybody have a specific question about Cindy's presentation for Cindy only? Nope. Okay. Join me in thanking Cindy, and then if the rest of our panelists will please come back up to the stage. Todd Rice to the principal's office. Thank you. Eric Ma. Okay, and OHRP, I hope you'll stay on the line for us for some wrap-up. We have a few questions, and you might have to, it might be bring your own chair for a couple of you. Let's see. And it might be that I need to go up there with all of this somehow. Yes? Okay. I think I'm supposed to go to the podium. I just have tons of cords and paper and stuff.
Todd can wear it around his neck.
Todd, don't eat my potato chips over there. Okay, so we have covered a ton of issues. We did get some excellent comments from some of our members of the public who actually suggested that maybe in conjunction with this workshop or even out on the table when you come in, we could have a glossary of terms. I feel like we tried to even start with saying, what is an institutional review board? But this is an incredibly complex landscape to understand when you come from outside of it. And so I think we could put some more thought into how we can facilitate true participation from the public. And I thank you for, one, spending the day with us, and two, for giving us some ideas on how we might include the public and their voice better. So our first question, and this is going to be rapid fire. We are ending this workshop at 2 p.m. Pacific time, so we've got about 45 minutes to get through some of these topics. Our first question, let's see. It may be good to define and contrast exclusion from exemption in order to more precisely explain the impact of the changes to specific provisions. For example, one of the questions regarding comparative effectiveness or about children. Was that a question? All right. It may be good to define or contrast exclusion from exemption in order to more precisely explain the impact of the changes in specific provisions. Specific provisions. If I can't read it, does anybody know what I'm talking about? A lot of blank looks.
I mean, it's asking for something specific. I don't know how you can respond.
Yeah, so, well, I think there are differences between excluded and exempt categories of research. Research that is excluded entirely from all requirements of the rule, meaning it's not subject to the rule whatsoever. Research that is exempt from some requirements in the rule, depending on the level of risk. And I think I heard that it was about, was it comparative effectiveness? Right, in children. So that might be excluded depending on the nature of the research, but it might also not. It might have to be exempt, or it might not be. Right. I mean, there's a number of variables that go into determining whether it's excludable or exemptable, or if it has to be fully covered by the rule.
Yeah, please.
My interpretation was that the tweeter wants the NPRM to be more clear on the difference. So hearing it today, it just blows away in the air, but it should be very clear so that the users of the rule have that right in front of them, and it's a clear line, and you're not going to get dinged for doing it wrong.
He's actually a twit. He's not a tweeter. No, I'm joking. Anybody else?
I mean, I think a lot of this is a philosophical approach on what regulation is versus having flexibility to interpret. And I know a lot of IRB professionals seek specific guidance and ideally regulations such that there are no grays, but I don't think that's realistic for every aspect of the regulation. And I mean, I've argued that the current regulatory framework allows for much of what this NPRM is trying to do, but there is cultural resistance, there is legal fears, but you know, in the University of California, and for the last 5 years, as we've seen IRB reliances increase exponentially, these things can be addressed through contractual type agreements, and so. But I get it. We're on a course with the NPRM. My hope at this point is that the regulators are responsive to the community and aren't fixated on one approach. And this is not just a pro forma exercise. I think it would be helpful for the community to know what happens through the process of the NPRM. That is, I only learned recently through a talk from Dr. Menikoff, through Pritchard, Dr. Ivor Pritchard, that it's an onerous bureaucratic, these are my words, not his, onerous bureaucratic process by which you have to get vetting through all of these agencies who have reviewed the common rule, and any one of them could, essentially ignore what the public comment is. That's what I'm saying, not his words. So I think, though, explaining that process and providing transparency in the process will do a lot to support the confidence in whatever the new rule may be.
And actually, I'd just like to add to that there are a number of questions in the NPRM on different issues that ask whether, flexibility is being sacrificed that would be otherwise useful for specific provisions.
Nope, everybody's shaking their head. Okay. All right. I'm hearing just say no. What does that mean? No to questions?
I'll say yes and we'll confuse everyone.
Should we have a pro-con? Go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, I just have one comment to make, and that is, I've kind of said some negative things about the proposed changes, but there are such good things in the proposed changes that we don't want the whole thing to just be stopped. We want some of it to move forward. We just want more thought on parts of it that's just not clear and it's not based on absolute data and things like that. We just, we need to think of all the consequences of all the dominoes that are going to fall when, everything is implemented. And right now, let's just move forward with the things that are pretty clear.
I think that's an important call to action as far as submitting construction actionable comments and really focusing on the solution and how we get this right, because we are going to have a change in common rule. It's just what are those changes going to be? So I think everybody can help us do their part in that area.
But I think that the community that actually uses this sees it differently, just the way you had the panels divided. So I think the input to say something is not going to work isn't just negative. It's a operational thing that, we're at the ground truth of putting this thing together. So I think they have to be heard, the things that are a problem as well as the things that people think are wonderful. So I agree with Cindy that just being honest and pointing out some of these things is really a functional help, because if it goes forward any other way, a lot of these things we think will not work, and a lot will.
Yeah, but I also, so from the patient side of that, I will say, though, I think we get frustrated because we hear a lot about why this can't change and why we can't do things better or different. And we realize it's going to take a significant investment in resources, and that it's going to take a new construct. And so I would really love to see people write, okay, these are the areas that might be problematic, but this is how we actually could do this to improve the efficiency and quality of research.
I also think that there's especially among those who do this every day, and this has been weaved into many of the comments by the speakers, is that this is whatever change will be essentially an unfunded new mandate. Right. And I think there's a fear about that. And it's a reasonable concern. I think it's one that we as a community need to grapple with and share out and not underestimate the burdens of that, because I alluded to this before, but if the goal is to be resource conservative and basically save the energy and time and sweat equity into an appropriate risk, focusing on the riskiest of research and things that might be most that need the studies that need most protection and review. If we're too busy trying to create new forms and reprogramming our software and spending money on all these things, I mean, there's a real sacrifice there. So on the one hand, we're trying to be responsive to and modernize our regulatory framework, but I think we have to also recognize the practicalities that these things take resources and may distract from the very end that we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and I also would make a call for the financial transparency in the data piece. Todd, I think maybe you shared something about the checklist of, what does it really require, and that, this is what it would cost. And I think we really need to challenge ourselves to start collecting that type of data. I know from the patient side of things, we do want to know, is the IRB model highly profitable? Like as we talk about people saying, ouch, we can't do this and we can't change. I know earlier this year, and this is anecdote, but at a large convention, we had a commercial IRB that threw a huge and very expensive party. And at that point, I was thinking, as the patient group, every time we pay for an amendment, that really upsets me. So how much does it really cost, and how do we really make sure that IRBs are properly resourced and that they can maintain quality, but there's a balance there?
So I've said this before, and I consider many of my friends and colleagues working at they don't like to be called commercial IRBs. I get that, but that's how I refer to them. Right. But when they are bought by private equity firms, they're smart. These private equity firms are very smart. I mean, they don't buy companies wanting to lose money, right? So I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive, that you can do a good review and make money. But the reality is that when it comes to money, I understand that many of the commercial IRBs avoid the NIH and federally supported research because the money isn't as apparent as industry-funded clinical trials. I've heard several folks in that arena express that, and I get it. I mean, I'm a free market kind of guy. I get it, but here we're embarking on a challenge of balancing protection of research subjects now with profitability, and I think there's not. And you know, one could also argue that the institutions themselves, so as academic institutions, we might be inherently conflicted because we rely on these studies in part to sustain our research programs. But to that, I would say, I think the common knowledge is that research at universities is a money-losing proposition. We don't do this to make money. In fact, I think most universities, or maybe I'm just speaking badly of the University of California, but I think many universities lose money, but we do it as a public service to advance science, and that's the overwhelming priority for academic medical centers.
I heard some yeses over here. I don't know if you want to jump in or if I should just move to the next topic. Go ahead.
Well, I just had one more comment, is that I do believe that the implementation of the NPRM the cost of it has been very undervalued. For example, in their cost analysis, they talked about an IRB, not the administrator, but an IRB coordinator position making $15 or $16 an hour. You cannot hire an IRB coordinator for $15 or $16 an hour, and the time that they allotted for different activities was undervalued. So I do hope the regulators look at that more carefully and understand what the cost of this revision actually will be, and not what they somehow, I don't know where they came up with their numbers, but it's not the numbers that they posted in the NPRM.
And I just have a comment about being clear. When what Eric said is absolutely true. The clinical trials edifice is a losing proposition financially at most schools. You can't break even. So I think that misunderstanding may be by the patient community that we're all getting fat and rich on this. But the other thing, at a school that has both social and behavior and biomedical studies, we are talking about a huge amount of things that aren't paid things at all. So when we have the conversation we're having up here, I think mainly clinical trials are in our head, but the NPRM is a broad brush thing that covers all your research. So I think we need to target our comments more toward what part of it we're concerned about.
Thank you. Okay, next, is this burning? Go ahead, Ton.
Yeah, I just wanted to add also that for the regulatory impact assessment that's included in the NPRM, it is an assessment, so obviously it's not sort of, you know, there's aspects of it that are unquantified, both the costs and the benefits, either because they're just not quantifiable or because they're extremely difficult and there's no information that's necessarily available about them. But I would also say that aspect of the NPRM is also available for comment. So if you think that an estimate has been done incorrectly, if it's either exaggerated or, you know, understated, or if it could have been quantified and you have better data to support that, please do submit that as a comment.
Thank you. Okay, topic 2, noticeably absent in the NPRM is any response to the vastly increasing area of info and communications technology research. For example, research using sensitive identifiable data online that is quote unquote public, but not by virtue of subject consent. Go ahead.
I mean, so there may be a little misconception here, and that the NPRM or the Common Rule as currently codified is focused on federally funded research, and so things like the Facebook controversy, wherein they were doing some internal analytics and manipulating news feeds. if that were not federally funded, then arguably the common rule doesn't apply. Now, that said, the institution may have requirements that they would follow the tenets of the common rule, and so there would be institutional policy. So it sounds like to me that the writer, whoever this person, that they're wanting the common rule to address maybe a broader type of activity. And I'm not saying that's not worthwhile. I'm just saying that we typically narrow our, at least from a federal point of view, and I'll leave it. The common rule is narrowed to the funding source of the research, not necessarily just that it was it involved human subjects.
Yeah, I think that's correct. There is, of course, one exception to that in the NPRM, which is the proposed expansion to clinical trials that are conducted at institutions that accept funding for non-exempt human subjects research. So that means that the clinical trial could itself not be funded by a common rule department or agency and still be subject to it. But that's a very narrow sort of aspect of what is actually subject to the common rule, and there is no proposal in the common rule right now to go beyond, with this one exception for clinical trials, to go beyond what is funded by a common rule department or agency.
But that raises the issue again about the definition of clinical trial and how broadly you interpret that. I think based on, if we're talking about research involving chat rooms or those types of things, I would think the OHRP stance wouldn't change, and it still needs to meet the requirements of the common rule. I mean, that's how they've responded to that before. And so I don't know that it needs to be specifically addressed.
Susan, do you have something to add to that?
Just, I think some of this stuff is going in the opposite direction of where the rest of the world and the clinical trials in terms of sharing data and the big movement toward aggregated and, subject level de-identified data that the Europeans have started. And I think the U.S. is trying to copy in a way that is way more protective of the pharmaceutical industry. But there's a big sense in the rest of the world that sharing this data and going to a process that would be certainly in conflict theoretically with some of the stuff we're talking about on clinical trials today. And I think that there's two ethical streams, and I think there's going to be a question about how they meet and when, but I think it's the issue of disharmonization that's a concern. I had a question for our moderator. One of the things that we've all read about is when patients are they're actively involved and they're tweeting to each other and unblinding studies.
Yes.
So the patient involvement is going in many directions. I just wonder what you think of some of those things and just what you think about them.
Yeah, so I think there's an issue not necessarily related to common rule there, but that's the engagement of the patient community in research design. So if they understand, if you've actually designed that study in partnership with patients in the patient community and done outreach to gain their buy-in, then they would understand that blinding is necessary. Now this is happening, it's happening in placebo-controlled trials where patients don't feel like they should be in placebo-controlled trials. They think they should have standard of care and then the new intervention. And so if you don't get that buy-in, you're absolutely right. And if the study coordinator doesn't sit down with the patient group and say, okay, here we are, and as the individual patients come in for consent, you let them know the importance, they will absolutely compromise your study. So it's important to work in partnership with the patient community. Okay. So we have it's more of a comment and a question that may actually fall outside of the scope of what we're talking about today, but I think since somebody bothered to write it in, we should, I'll read it and then you guys can decide what to do with it. Is the advisory lead for a DHS-supported effort. I filed comments to the ANPRM. All the NPRM proposals concentrate on biomedical and behavioral research. While that is certainly important, info and communications technology research risks are non-trivial, and you would be future-proofing some of your biomed behavioral guidance by addressing info and communications technology research in light of the fact that much of this data is being digitized and available via the same vectors and methodologies as that which info and communications technology research involves. Go.
I think my guess. Does anyone else want to take this? No. I mean, the question sounds like essentially a Snowden effect type question, where there is, I think, because of Edward Snowden, an overall skepticism about government activity and dealing with big data and what is available publicly, whether that be on Facebook or Netflix or name your major website. I would leave it to my federal colleagues to make a comment about it, but I don't think they want to go there right now. And quite honestly, I've sat in on recent initiatives on looking at informed consent, and the biospecimen actually language in the NPRM speaks to this a little bit. I'm not sure. One, we as the research community do a poor job at articulating the value of research. One, we don't explain ourselves well to the public. We don't market the value we bring to the public, and we need to fix that, I think, in some way, and we need to do it quickly. What I'm going to now bleed to bring it back a little bit to the NPRM, because what concerns me about the biospecimen requirements and the consenting requirements is that with it will need to be any kind of a substantive but simple and easy to understand education campaign of what it means by checking a box about broad consent versus specific, and then having a technology to manage that. And we may be doing ourselves a disservice by making it too complicated for the end user. And what it allows, I think, my read of the NPRM is that we could make it a version of one of those terms of service agreements. When you download an app or you update your software and it says, do you agree to this? That's what I fear that this will become. It will become just a pro forma checkbox, which does very little, but gives us a false sense of security. And I say this as a public citizen as much as I do someone in this field. I think that's a real concern. And then the regulatory burden. But on top of that, then, are we harming science? Are we tying our hands to help the very people we're trying to hurt, that we're hurting the process of the people we're very well trying to help? So, I've been thinking a lot about this, actually, sadly more than most normal people would maybe, but I haven't reached a resolution to it or a way to articulate my comment. But it is a real concern to me that while we want to respect the autonomy, that is the Belmont language, right, of individuals by giving them a choice of how to use their biospecimens, they may not understand what that choice means. And it's almost like giving people a choice sometimes with health plans. Like people say, like, oh, don't you want the choice? But then they end up picking the wrong health plan for themselves because they have too much choice, right? So it's a real push and pull here. And so before I wrap this little piece up, I do want to throw a question out to my panelists, because I don't have an answer for this myself, and I'm curious to hear what you might have to say about it. But on whole, when you take the NPRM as proposed, would you consider this more regulation or less regulation? Meaning, if you have to pick a yes/no choice, is it in the line of deregulation or more regulation? I don't know the answer, quite honestly. So
Cindy might know the answer.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't have the answer. I think it might be neutral in a way, but I think it's not that it's more regulation. If you consider the regulations now over the biospecimens, I mean, that is significantly more, but then they've done away with a few other things, but with some record requirements. But I have a really way out there suggestion for getting consent for biospecimens. And if the regulators are wanting us to do this, I don't think that having it done at every single institution, every doctor's office, every laboratory or whatever, do it over and over and over again like you do with a notice of privacy practices that no one ever reads. I used to make money writing those, knowing that no one would ever read it, but it was good money. But anyway, I think that the Department of HHS or all the agencies together should fund a really big communication campaign advertising that, do you know that U.S. research dollars are funding research with biospecimens? And these biospecimens might have been collected during your stay at a hospital if you had tumor taken out, or if you had blood taken, or, whatever, they can educate the public, and they can do that. And then they can maintain a website where people opt in or opt out. And you can download a card. If you opt in, you download a card saying, yes, I've done it. And then when you go to the office or wherever, they just make a copy of your card, like your insurance card or something. If you opt out, then you can have another card saying, hey, don't use my information or my specimens or whatever. And they just hand that card. And the burden then is on the institution just to be able to track what they have. And if they haven't
they is the
done
institution or the government? Who's
the government, the government would maintain the website. The public would go onto the website.
Mm-hmm.
The public, they would enter their preference,
Mm-hmm.
and then they could download a document or a card. I'd
actually-
like it if we could go on
Eric's
the
got
website.
he's got to respond. I've heard of this. It's called the President's Precision Medicine Initiative. But anyway, Eric,
but
go
I mean,
ahead.
I think you're right that that we need some technology. I don't think the federal government can do websites very well. I mean, you
No,
look
they
at
can't,
you
but
look
they
at. I mean,
should.
but I mean, we have to be realistic. I mean, we have to balance realism. I mean, look, the Affordable Care Act website was terrible. The CMS website for the Sunshine Act was terrible. The ERA Commons is terrible, right? So we are. It sets us up perfectly though for NCATS as an agency to pilot this, right? And then have. I mean, what federal agencies do well, I think, is they give money well, but they don't execute well. And so give money to the institutions that can pilot these things, because I think you're onto something. I think there is some kind of
And
way.
you think the institutions are going to then share the data?
Well, no, not share the data, but the technology. I mean, you look at, I mean, we struggle with, I mean, the best part of the NCATS and the CTSAs, these are these Clinical Translational and Science Award institutions, is a willingness to share and learn from one another. I think that's its strength, and not just with other academic institutions, but with community partners and with local hospitals. It's the name of the game. Now, could we do it better? Yes, for sure. But I think we have trouble. I think individual institutions have trouble just getting a sense of your own patient population, if you're a hospital, of who's willing to be contacted for research and not. So that's where I feel like a federal database, gosh, how are we going to?
It's not a database, though. I didn't say that, because I don't want my individual information to be on this government database on whether or not I'm going to let my samples use. That's why they go in, they decide there, and then the evidence of their decision is a card or something they download, and they present that card when they get medical treatment. It's not a database at all. It's just
It's like a voter registration without them submitting the registration.
It's like informed consent online that you don't sign, but that you get a document from. And then hospitals need to collect that document and enter the information in the EMR or whatever way they're going to be able to. So it's no database. It's the information. You give them the information on this website, and at the end they say yes or they say no, and they push a button and something prints.
Okay, I'm going to pull us back to common rules. Susan and Taunton, if you want to close us out, we got to go to the next
Sorry.
question.
I just, talking about sharing information with institutions, we often do it without asking them, but I think a lot of institutions have figured this out. They have wonderful little trifolds on what it means to leave a specimen, what it means to say no. So I think this isn't brain surgery, and I think we could look to those institutions. Some of them are actually here. I just think that's an important resource. The only thing I wanted to say that's bigger than the institution would be, I don't know who did them, but the old public service announcements to educate people that way without any data being kept or anything outside of your institution. But they did it for safety belts and no smoking campaigns. The government wasn't doing them, but they are. I don't smoke, and I occasionally wear my seatbelt, so sometimes it works. But I do think that approach at that level, just to educate about what research is. This other stuff is really weeds in a lot of respects, and I think the institutions can handle it if they have the funding.
Thank you. All right, next question. Will this NPRM rule continue to exempt internal quality improvement / quality assurance assessments that are initially excluded but eventually deemed to have lessons that are valuable enough to be selected for publication, which some IRBs begin to call research? Go.
Well, so publication is not a criteria for whether QA or QI studies are excluded from the rule. If it was being excluded on the basis of being program improvement, it doesn't explicitly say whether or not publication would be a criteria there, but it does suggest that if the study was very large and the results, were increasingly generalizable, that perhaps it might not be excludable. But I think just under the QA, QI exclusion, the results of that could be published.
Anyone else?
We have tons of social and behavioral studies where they have those questions initially. Kids are doing a classroom study for a year or something like that, and then, they say they're going to publish them or do a poster session. Absolutely, positively, we do not. We give them a pass if publishing isn't the criteria. Classroom studies we exclude that are done just for the purpose of a classroom. So publishing, I think, is one of those Trojan horse or whatever saying it is. I don't think that's the make it or break it on any of this. Certainly not QA, QI.
So where the publishing, mic's probably off.
Todd,
Where the
yeah.
publishing part comes in is that many journal editors won't publish the manuscript unless they have a sign off that the IRB has reviewed it. And so that's essentially from our IRB standpoint where we give a sign off is sort of a, yes, you were on the up and up and you didn't do anything nefarious in this. We don't actually give them an approval for the study. We just often will say, we agree with you or something like that. But they can then at least in face say to their journal editors, the IRB has agreed with this or has approved this. And then the editor will publish it.
Thanks. OHRP, if you're still on the line, we have a specific question for you that will open to you first, and then we'll move to the rest of our panelists. Are you guys there?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Are there other models of streamlining IRB review that could meet the proposal other than the fully seated IRB model? For example, the previous NCI facilitated review or other shared reviewed models?
I guess I'll start the response here. In the NPRM proposal, it is envisioned that there would not be sort of a shared model where there would be review by a central board, but local IRBs would retain some aspect of the review, such as for local context, for example, which, at least in the past, had been the NCI central IRB model. So if the question is specifically about what was proposed, that kind of shared facilitated model was not what's envisioned here in this proposal. But certainly, as all of you know, there are many different flavors of central IRB review. So at least theoretically, certainly, there could be different models in the NPRM or any final rule could incorporate them as a requirement, but that would be different from what is actually proposed.
Thank you. Panelists?
Well, as I said earlier, so the IRB in Maryland would be looking at a study and consider it minimal risk and waive the requirement for informed consent, but it still meets the requirement under California law that where you have to obtain a signed consent form. Will the IRB in Maryland really be able to know that? Likewise, would an IRB outside of New Jersey know that you require some specific requirements to met before an adult who lacks capacity to consent can be included in a trial? Who is going to make sure all that is followed? And right now, we depend on the funding to allow for that. And my fear is that the IRBs at the local institution will not be have enough resources to do what they're supposed to do, and they won't even know what studies are being conducted at their site to know there's a risk of something. And it's quite makes me uncomfortable a lot.
Thank you, Mike.
The NPRM, as it's written now, allows local sites to perform some type of review, whatever review they deem necessary. But I think, as Cindy points out, that could be cumbersome, and you don't have the funds to do it. So there was one reason not to. But I know in my own experience through StrokeNet, we have had sites that have taken these studies to their own IRBs and had them reviewed, even though we're the IRB of record, we've approved the study, and I tell them that their review has no regulatory bearing, and they understand that, but they're still taking them to their boards, they're discussing them, defeats the purpose of trying to improve the efficiency and reduce costs, but it is still happening, and I think the NPRM still would allow it to happen the way it's written now, and I don't even think you have to justify why you did it.
No, you don't justify it, but you won't have the resources.
Right. Yeah,
I mean,
I agree. Yeah.
It's just a little bit scary.
Thank you. So we are going to move on to our last question that's come in from the world, and we can probably take one more from the audience if anybody wants to make their way to a microphone. All right, so our world question: will broad consent permissions be tied to the specimens collected under the specific protocol or tied to the individual? For example, if a participant agrees for future research under one study and later opts out when they participate in another protocol, parentheses, and they often do participate in multiple studies, how will it be reconciled? It seems that could only be managed by the institution as part of a centralized biorepository.
Well, I don't think the NPRM pronounces on this sort of one way or another. The one thing that would have to be recorded is whether the biospecimen is eligible for use in research, in which case it would have to say that it had indeed come in under a broad consent or a specific consent. So in that sense, it is being tied, I think, more to the individual than the specific protocol, because it is coming in under a broad consent, so it's hard to imagine what specific protocol it would be tied to there. But in terms of whether they decide to opt out later, they could opt out, they could withdraw their consent for both continuing to have their specimens and data collected and to have specimens and data that have been stored to have them withdrawn from future use. Of course, ones that had been distributed already could not, be withdrawn. So I'm not sure if that quite answers the question, but I think.
Let me tweet back out and see. No.
Okay.
One of the issues that raises, and we're dealing with this now in Cincinnati, is that every department, even every division in oncology, has their own biobanks, and we're now moving to form a single biobank. And I think as we move forward, that's going to have to happen. There's going to have to be a coordinated review of it at an institution of the biobanking process.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay, our gentleman at the microphone.
Yes, I enjoyed being part of this NPRM process today, which some described as a bit lengthy and tedious, or words like that. So it's not to be undertaken lightly. And also I noticed that the categories of, I think, expeditable issues is supposed to be reviewed in 8 years, I believe, as part of the NPRM. So my question is, if you can build into this NPRM that you can revisit something in 8 years and change it, I assume that means you can change it without going through another NPRM process. If you can do that, could you load in the entire process? Because everyone has uncertainty about things. And saying, okay, in 1 year we'll revisit this, whether it's a biorepository or whatever the issue is. And so you can get at these issues in a timely fashion without having to launch a completely new cycle. Question.
I'm going to open that up to OHRP first, if you could hear that question.
Well, I guess the short answer is I think yes. It's a matter of whether the rule should or would specify such a time frame that would commit the government, presumably, to make such a reassessment of a particular provision. But I think as a rulemaking matter, it would be permissible. And even if we didn't make such a commitment, we certainly could do that.
Thank you. Panelists, anyone?
So as it was explained to me, and I don't know if Ivory you're on the line, but that if it is in the NPRM and in the form of a question, and the question offers alternatives by which the public responds to, then it can be an alteration. It can be incorporated into the rule. If it is something brand new, like a totally new topic, then it has to go again through another public vetting process. So that would have to go before the agencies again and start all over. So that's my perhaps poor memory of what.
Okay, so then you're referring to anything that's part of this NPRM would not be new, so it could fall under that rapid review.
Yeah, I think it's predicated on how the question is asked and what the restriction of the topic is. It's almost like an open meeting rule, right? If it's on the agenda and if it's outside that topic, then you have to resubmit it for public comment. If it is within that scope of the question and the issue, then they don't need to issue another.
And so by definition, if it's in this NPRM, it would be not a new thing.
I
then.
think
Is that right?
so, but I'm not sure about the exact passage
you've
you're
got to
saying.
come up with some
But I think that's the basic approach, if I understand correctly.
Right. I mean, the basic rule is that you can't put a new regulation or proposal out and have it take effect without having an opportunity for public comment on it. So we could not, for example, in the final regulation for this NPRM, between now and then, introduce something new that hadn't really been discussed or conceived of in the NPRM. So that would be something to consider if there was a sort of period for review put into any final regulation that went out.
Is the expedited list not considered part of the regulation? Is that why you can do it?
I don't believe it's part of the regulation. And I think it's a separate document that can be reviewed separately. And so that is, there are obviously a number of things in the rule that are sort of promises that they'll, be developed later. One advantage to that is that, of course, those can be developed or revised separately from the actual regulation itself. And they don't necessarily have to go through the same regulatory process, although there is usually a public comment period that's also associated with that.
Okay. Thank you for that. So we are down to our last 4 minutes, and I'm going to surprise our panelists to make sure everybody is awake as we bring this session to a close. Give us a snapshot of the burning issue. If you could only write in about one thing, what would you be writing into and the docket about? Quick. Anybody ready to go?
Oh, it's a big debate between the biospecimens and the requirement for single IRB.
For me, I think it would be biospecimens. Can I sneak one other one? The unnecessary documentation behind some of the really great things.
I think it's how the excluded and the exempt determinations will be made. Are the investigators going to make them themselves? Is it going to be part of a department? I think that's a big issue.
I'm not going to offer any
write
comments.
Oh, come on. No, really. No, you must. No. Yeah, for me, it's the single IRB review. I mean, it's important to do this, to do single IRB review. I think this is the wave of the future, but I don't want us to move too fast, too quick to discourage the industry now from doing it. It only takes one bad case that can just take us back 15 years, and then we're back to this territorial type IRB review, which isn't the right solution either. So I think we're on the right track. I'm going to make a little plug here. I think the University of California is doing it right. We have this rotating central IRB with a service, and we're learning lessons from that, and we're sharing those lessons with our colleagues. But I feel like a regulation mandating it right now is just not the right time.
Yeah, I agree with Cindy. I think the two are consent for biospecimens and the single IRB. And, just how we kind of navigate that terrain.
Thanks, and then I know because you all care, I'll be writing in about changing the language around human subjects research to human subjects or human participants or research volunteers. Thank you. Okay, so thanks to all of our fabulous and smart panelists and our support from OHRP and OSP. I really appreciate what you guys brought to this workshop. Reminder that the next workshop will actually be November 5th in Chicago, and there'll be another one November 18th in Philadelphia. And for those of you that are here local, you can join the live stream. There will also be some evaluations that are sent out after this workshop, and so we would love to have your feedback and help us craft the next workshops and make them the best that we can. And probably the most important thing is to remember that even if you participated in our online discussion or you tweeted something, you have got to go into the docket and actually post comments there so that they can become part of the public record. With that, any of the individuals who needed a certificate of attendance to take back to their IRBs, you can pick one up outside the room. And thank you very much for joining us today, and I look forward to tweeting with you guys on the next webinar. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.